Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Cattlemen's Congress. This is the fourth annual show and a show managed by cattlemen for cattlemen. Together, we've created a lasting legacy here in Oklahoma City, and we are so proud to have each and every one of you here with us. For those of you joining us in Jim Newark this morning, if we could please have you all rise for our national anthem.
Maine Angus, or the full blood Maine Angus.
Well, over in ring two, we're about ready to get started with your Super National Shorthorn Plus show. Our judge this morning, Mr. Andrew Foster of Niles, Michigan.
So all of those will go up.
Your first class in the ring will be Class 1 Late Spring Bull Calves. Over in the main ring, we're going to get started in just a moment. Your judge this morning, Mr. Will Core. First show in will be your full-blood female show, Class 1 Full-Blood Heifer Calves, born March to May of 23.
Good morning, and definitely a pleasure to be back here with you on the Main-Anjou side of things this morning. Obviously, starting off with a couple full bloods here, and the young men have brought us two very nice heifers. And with that being said, the March heifer is just so good there from her shoulder back in terms of her body cavity, how massive she is. She just overwhelms the heifer in two in terms of her natural spread, her bone, her foot size, and then we study her structure. That one's awesome in terms of where her knees laid back in her and how she can get out and travel. You can compliment the heifer in two for being better chested, probably a little bit fresher about the shape and size of her neck, but then from there back, she just runs out of mass and true dimension to run with that March female, but still a sound, practical, good designed one there in two.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm excited about today. My first opportunity here to sort cattle at the Cattlemen's Congress, and I'm looking forward to it here. And really a nice way to start our Shorthorn Plus bull show, and the May calf here, the black bull that starts the class for me here this morning. I think tremendously complete and smooth in his overall makeup and design. That's where he has a distinct advantage here in this class. A bull that when we set him in motion, he's most correct on his feet and legs, and like I said, he maintains that smoothness as he goes. The next bull here, the roan calf, I think most similarly follows our class winner, another big rib calf that's got some hip and some shape and dimension there as well. Not as comfortable there on his feet and legs, and maybe not quite as set down in that pastern as our class winner, but a nice big rib bull calf there as well. The red roan here coming next in third, another one that's got some performance and some shape and top shape as well. I just like to tone that one down in terms of frame and maybe make him a little deeper and softer, let him handle that hind leg just a little bit well when we set him in motion. A July calf here rounding out the class, and quite honestly, he's got some shape and some top shape and some width there as well. He's a deep-sided calf, but just being a July maybe gets out horsed today here in this particular class, but nice set of bulls here to start our show this morning.
Coming back here on the Main-Anjou side, obviously a single entry, an October female, be a coming senior yearling, and one that definitely has that type of body shape, has that maternal look to her, how that one lays her muscle onto her skeleton so smoothly, but is still massive in terms of her width. Female that has a lot of practicality, reads to be an easy doing one. Definitely a very nice single entry there for that young man.
Well, congratulations over in ring one. Results out of your first two classes of full-blood females. Class 1, first place, exhibited by Fancy Creek and Prairie Cross with FCF 132A Miss 37L. And second place will also go to Fancy Creek and Prairie Cross. In Class 2, first place was exhibited also by Fancy Creek and Prairie Cross with FCF 86F Indian Princess 212K. Back over to the Shorthorn ring, results out of your first class and division. Your champion late spring bull calf will go to back number 60253. That's SC 405 Turning Hennessy, exhibited by Helen Spears of Macomb, Oklahoma. Reserve in that division goes to back number 60252. Third place, and congratulations, back number 60254. In fourth place, we'll go to back number 60250. Now in the ring, Class 4, early spring bull calves.
We come back at you with another single entry here, and the young man's brought us a very high quality one. That one is awesome in terms of the shape and look to her neck up front. Ties in a really nice chest tied up into her body wall, and then you step in behind that one, and she's uniquely just stout and square. Awesome in terms of her hind leg and how she uses it. Very nice single entry. My compliments to him.
Well, a pair of March bull calves here, and tremendous high quality. And the bull that starts the class for me here, tremendous in terms of depth of body and his overall softness and masculinity. I think he has an advantage in just that overall softer look. He's deeper through the center portion of his body. He's more relaxed in his hock and his pastern. Just a really functional bull there, and still gives you a really good look. The roan calf here in second, I think tremendous in terms of his overall look and design. He's super long up through that front end. He's really long topped and hipped. A bull that just gives you an awesome look. Where I'd like to change him in comparison to our class winner is just soften him up there through that center portion of his body. Maybe just set him down a little more comfortably on those hind legs.
Young man brings us another single entry here, obviously an older, more mature female, and when he gets her parked, gets that loin drop down in her, she can definitely give you a very high quality look, good in terms of her design and balance, maybe one we'd like to intensify just in terms of her body, one that we maybe like to see just hit her, hit the ground a shot square there from behind, but definitely a very nice female for him. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the full-blood ring. Results out of Class 3 and 4. First place in Class 3 went to Maddox Small with ECC Rosa, 523K, and first place in Class 4, exhibited by Fancy Creek and Prairie Cross. We'll now bring all those first and seconds in, and our judge, Mr. Will Core, will select his grand and reserve grand champion, full-blood female. Back over in the Shorthorn Plus ring, results out of your early spring bull calf division. Champion and congratulations go to Alexis Wright of West Virginia with LPW Bo Duke. Reserve in that division and congratulations goes to Hugh Moore Jr. and Sons of Jerseyville, Illinois. Now in the ring is Class 7. These are junior bull calves.
As we get these full-blood females back out here and we can go to select your grand and reserve overall, obviously not a tremendous amount of numbers, obviously dealt with some single entries there, but still quality all the way down the line. Just differences in terms of what the cattle bring to the table. In my opinion, there's still two females that kind of rise to the top just in terms of their build, their balance, and how they're put together. Very good in terms of their smoothness, in terms of their maternal look that they bring to us, and I think you can flip-flop them. They're definitely different. I'll go out and show you the two that I like the best. Let's give these guys a big round of applause.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion full-blood female coming out of Class 1. That was FCF 132A Miss 37L, exhibited by Fancy Creek and Prairie Cross, Sherman, Illinois. And congratulations, reserve grand champion full-blood coming out of Class 3. That was Maddox Small with ECC Rosa 523K. We'll now go into your full-blood bull show. After the bulls, we will break for photos before we go into the Main-Anjou bulls.
Well, over here on our plus side, really nice top pair of bulls here, and there's some give and take between the two of them, and there's some ways if you wanted to swap these and discuss it, I wouldn't argue with you too much, but I think the bull that starts the class for me here just from an outline is tremendously striking. He's good through that profile, he's big hipped, he's stout featured, he's really thick ended. I like all those things about him. Now when we set him in motion, he's a little more open in his shoulder, he's got a little more lower shoulder than maybe I'd prefer, and a bull bull with that kind of power, that's to be expected. And so I'm not necessarily criticizing him for it, but at the same time, I think our bull here in second has an advantage when we set him in motion. Just he's a little bit smoother and a little more tied in, a little neater there through his shoulder. The roan bull calf here in second, he's tremendously big-bodied. He's got a good hip and hind leg there as well. Just like I said, in comparison to our class winner, maybe not as overly striking when he hits the ring, but a really complete functional one as well. Bull here coming in third, another one. He gets in a tough class. He's tremendously long-sided. He's good-looking, just one that maybe lacks the overall mass and body dimension of the two ahead of him here today.
Well, congratulations in the Shorthorn Plus ring results out of your junior bull calf division. Champion will go to back number 6260, exhibited by Reagan Smithers of Pittsfield, Illinois, with HF Let the Good Times Roll 303 ET. Reserve in that division will go to Abigail Green of State Center, Iowa, with CMA Caroline's King of Diamonds 244L. Third place and congratulations will go to Carter Cornegie and Dason Cash.
We get out here and we're going to go ahead and only 2 full-blood bulls here. So this will represent your Grand Reserve bull. To talk about each one of them, the young man that brought the younger bull up front is so good in terms of his body, very just easy keeping in terms of the look that he presents to us. Awesome in terms of how that shoulder lays onto his rib cage. One that maybe wants to go a shot east and west up front. We'd like to square him up at the ground ever so slightly, but one that I think can contribute a tremendous amount of just easy fleshing, big-bodied, just in what he brings to the table. The big bull is one that is extremely striking from the side. Awesome in terms of his design, big, masculine, rugged bull that's awesome in terms of his feet and legs, really, really stout as you step in behind the cattle. You can make the argument that a bull needs a shot more in body, but just in terms of the design and just his overall build, I feel like this is the bull that we need to go with. The big bull will serve as your grand champion, followed by the young man up front. Congratulations.
Well, a single entry October here in our Plus Bull Show, and I think a bull that's got a tremendous amount of good to him in terms of his overall width and skeletal dimension. He's big-topped and thick-ended, tremendously long. Certainly got some quality there as well. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Back over to the main ring. Results out of your full-blood bull show, your champion coming out of Class 6, Ebersol Cattle Company of Kellerton, Iowa, with ECC Dream Dirt 201K. Reserve will go to Fancy Creek and Prairie Cross, Sherman, Illinois. We're going to take a brief break for photos in the Main-Anjou ring before we start your Main-Anjou bull show. Back over the Shorthorn ring, results out of your senior yearling bull class. First place exhibited by Benjamin Mackey, with 2G Jacked 48 JET. Now in the ring, your final class in our Shorthorn Plus Bull Show.
Once again, another nice set of plus bulls here, and I think a class winner that comes to the top fairly easily for me. Really a nice bull that's got a tremendous look and length and design overall. He's really good in terms of that top line and that length of hip, and for as long-bodied as he is, he gets out and covers ground with some athleticism, and that's really impressive as well. I think a bull that just like he gets parked right there, tremendous in terms of look, and that's where he has an advantage here. The bull here next in second in terms of muscle and mass and dimension is truly impressive. He's so thick down that top and got that width that's really important. A bull I think that has an advantage over our third place bull and just that overall softness there through that rear rib and back through his flank. Just one that you appreciate the overall muscle shape that he has as well. A red roan bull here coming next as well. Another one that's tremendously shapely down that top and through his hip and lower quarter. I just like to soften him up in comparison to the bulls ahead of him today.
Well, congratulations in Class 11 2-year-old bulls. First place go to back number 6265. That's TESCC Almighty Zeus 755 JET, exhibited by Mitchell Burrows of Owasso, Oklahoma. Second place in that class will go to Stepping Stone Ranch of Edson, Kansas. Third place will also go to Stepping Stone Ranch. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in. Select a champion reserve senior bull.
Well, here in our division with our big bulls, I think as we get them back out here, both tremendously high-quality individuals, and as we study them and compare them, I think our bull out of our second class, just like I just said, tremendously long and striking from a design profile standpoint. I think really sound in terms of his overall structure. And then another pair of bulls that got some muscle and some shape, but maybe not the overall look. Here today, our bull out of our second class is going to be our division winner. Our first class will be reserved. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in the Shorthorn Plus ring, your champion senior bull coming out of Class 11. That'll go to Mitchell Burrows of Owasso, Oklahoma. Reserve champion comes to you from Class 10, exhibited by Benjamin Mackey of Celeste, Texas. We're now going to welcome in your division champion in reserves, and our judge, Mr. Andrew Foster, will select his grand and reserve grand champion Shorthorn Plus bull here at the Cattlemen's Congress. If you're just joining us here in the Jim Norick Arena, currently in Ring 1, we're taking a photo break before we start our open Main-Anjou Bull Show.
Well, here in our Shorthorn Plus bull lineup, not a lot of numbers here as we've gone through the show here this morning, but certainly good in terms of quality. And I think as we get our class winners and division winners out here, certainly hopefully you can see a type and kind. And I think that each of these out here are excellent representatives and can be utilized in different breeding programs and certainly have their place. And so with that being said, I know we got a lot of cattle to get through here still today, but let's give these Plus bull exhibitors a round of applause. I'll go show you the two that I like today.
Well, congratulations, Grand Champion Shorthorn Plus Bull here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Coming out of your Senior Bull division, congratulations, Mitchell Burrows of Owasso, Oklahoma with TESCC Almighty Zeus 755 JET. And congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn Plus Bull coming out of your Early Spring Bull Calf division. Congratulations, Alexis Ride of West Virginia with LPW Bo Duke. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll get started with your next division here in the Shorthorn ring in just a moment. We are going to take a brief photo break over here in the Shorthorn Plus ring. After the photos, we'll come back with your Shorthorn Plus female show.
When it comes to raising champions, only the best will do. At Purina Honor Show, we're not just another feed company, we're the feed company that champions trust. Our livestock feed is developed and trusted by industry leaders, backed by decades of expertise. But we don't stop there. With more than 120 years of research-driven solutions and more than 125 approved patents, you can trust that we don't cut corners because champions deserve the best. Yet we're not just invested in your livestock, we're invested in your youth, the future of our industry. We're proud of the next generation, and we're here to support them every step of the way on their journey to greatness. So if you're looking to raise champions, trust the feed that feeds champions. Purina Honor Show, where champions are made. Let's continue to feed greatness. Visit purinamills.com/showfeed to learn more.
Well, back over in ring one, we're going to get started with your open Main-Anjou bull show. Your first class in the ring will be class 7. These are Main-Anjou spring bull calves born June of 23.
get out here with this single entry June bull calf, and definitely one that is deserving of a blue ribbon when he walks out. That guy is awesome in terms of his hip and hind leg and how he can get out and travel. Very good in terms of his balance, his proportions, and then as you step in behind the cattle, that one's still got some shape to him. Very, very good class winner here. Congratulations to that young lady.
Well, congratulations in our first class Main-Anjou bulls. First place will go to back number 40,277. That's K&S Empty Glass 318L, exhibited by K&S Cattle Company. We'll now welcome in Class 8. These are Main-Anjou spring bull calves born March to April of 23.
Extremely interesting class of bulls, and I'll be the first to tell you, if you're ringside or up in the stands and you want to flip-flop these first two and talk about them, I think as long as you describe them right and have your personal preference, nobody's really going to argue with you. For me, the bull that wins, I think both of these cattle are very good in their muscle and their body. I love the type of cattle they represent in terms of their hip and hind leg and how they can use them. For me, the bull that wins is more laid back in his knee. I like his shoulder design. I like the way his head comes out the top side of it. And then to be that sleek and that good looking and that laid in about his shoulder, he is one opened up, wide, robust dude as you step in behind the cattle. There's no doubt that the Caffin 2 has just a decided advantage in terms of maturity and weight, and quite honestly, from his shoulder back, if we could replicate that in mass quantities, that would be awesome, because that dude is so good through the center part of his body, so agile off of his rear skeleton. For me, in that high quality pair, I'd like to just lay his shoulder back ever so slightly and just see him get out of his front end just a notch better. But that's a very, very high quality pair. Taking nothing away from the young lady's calf here in 3, because as you step in behind the cattle, that might be the widest one out here within this particular drive. So wide, so just bold in terms of his muscle, but that actually comes a little bit to his undoing. For me personally, I just would like to loosen that bull up and see him get out and travel with a shot more athleticism, but definitely a very high quality trio. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over in ring 1. Results of your second class, the Main-Anjou bulls. First place will go to back number 40,281. That's CMCC Legit 300 LET, exhibited by Moore Cattle Company of Medill, Oklahoma. Second place and congratulations will go to BKMT Lovin' Me 12 LET, exhibited by Buck and Morton Cattle Company of Stratford, Oklahoma. Third place and congratulations will go to Maggie Holt and DK Brown Farms. Now in the ring, Class 9, Main-Anjou Spring Bull Calves, born January of 23. Back over the Shorthorn ring, we're getting started with your Shorthorn Plus female show. First class in the ring is Class 1 Late Spring Heifer Calves.
Obviously a single entry January bull calf, and a bull calf that's been doing his job up until this point. Awesome in terms of the weight and the size and the mass that he brings to the table. Very, very good in terms of his muscling and the amount of power that he has. Maybe a bull we'd like to intensify at the ground in terms of his foot and bone to match that added mass, and just see him get out and travel just ever so slightly, just a little better, especially out of his front end. But a very, very nice single entry here. Congratulations to that young man.
Congratulations in Class 9. First place to go to back number 40,293. That's Connolly TLLC Happy Ending, exhibited by Tyler Loudon of Creston, Iowa. Next class ends Class 10. These are Main-Anjou Fall Bull Calves, born October of 22.
Well, really a nice trio of heifers here to start out our Shorthorn Plus heifer show, and a heifer that comes to the top fairly easily in my mind. I think one that's tremendously good in her overall design and that femininity that she has up to that front end. She's good in her rib shape and that shape that she carries back through her flank. When we set her in motion, I think she has a tremendous advantage in the way she gets out and reaches off that front end. I like this heifer when she's set in motion and still maintains that balance as well. Young man's got a high-performing red heifer here that certainly has a tremendous tremendous amount of length and depth and that long square hip. I just like to make this one just lightly lay her back and her shoulder when she gets out and moves. She wants to lead with that lower shoulder. I'd like to change that about her to get her any higher today. Young lady's got a July heifer here that she's doing an outstanding job with. I think one that's really smooth. She's really complete and got some rib shape and some structural integrity. Maybe just gets a little out-horsed here today. Nice job to all three of those exhibitors.
Single entry fall bull here in the main show, and one that is absolutely stunning as he comes in. Bull, when he gets stopped and put together this look right here, definitely draws you in. Quality all the way through. One that's very, very impressive. We'll compare him and break him down a little bit more when we get him back out here.
Well, congratulations back over the Main-Anjou ring. Results out of Class 10. First place will go to back number 4294. That's Double Threat, exhibited by Kenzie Glennie of Blackwell, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, Class 11, to complete your Main-Anjou Bull Show. Back in the Shorthorn Plus ring, first class, late spring heifer calves. First place exhibited by Channing Lind with JFTET Laney Ray 19L. Second place, and congratulations, Connor Lehman of Monroe, Indiana. And third place will go to Carly Schulterman. Now in the ring is Class 2, late spring heifer calves. We'll go into division after this class.
Obviously, single entry coming, 2-year-old bull here that gets brought into us, and one that especially from the side is one that can definitely hit you hard. That bull's elegance, while still remaining masculine about his look, is very impressive, very good in terms of his body. It'll be interesting to get this bull back out here, and we can compare him to some others, but a very, very high quality single entry.
Well, congratulations in your final class here in the Open Main-Anjou Bull Show. First place in Class 11 is MCCF SIL Kino ET, exhibited by Candace Muir and Silveris Brothers. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in, select a champion reserve in your Main-Anjou Bull Show. Following this drive, we will go into your Maine Angus bulls.
Well, really a nice set of May heifer calves here in our Plus show, and here on the top end, I think a very interesting pair, and I think they're polar opposites in terms of type and kind, but the black and white heifer here, I love her in terms of her maturity, or, you know, where she is right now, and that youthfulness, tremendously attractive, and almost borderline even a little extreme for me. But at the same time, she handles herself in a functional way. She gets out and goes, and she reaches out of that front end good. She's got some good rib shape. And where I think she has an advantage, I think she handles her hind leg a little squarer and a little truer with a shot more power than our heifer here in second. I think our heifer here in second, tremendously maternal. I love her rib shape. I love how smooth and complete she is. A heifer that I think is going to continue to get better, and she's so functional that it wouldn't surprise me if she doesn't outlast in the long term. I think that one's got a bright future ahead of her as well. Heifer here in third, I think most similarly follows those two in our second place heifer in terms of type and kind. She's long, she's functional, she's got some depth of body. She carries herself softer there in her rib cage as we set her into motion than our heifer here in third. I believe one that's really good and complete and square in her lines as well. High performing heifer here and maturity wise as well. I think one that's tremendously thick topped and got some muscle shape and dimension and bone as well. I'd like to tone that one down just a little bit more for me here today, but I think one that's got some breeding tools as well. Young lady's heifer here coming out next, another one that's fancy up to that front end. She's smooth in her shoulder, just maybe lacks the overall design from her shoulders back and that smoothness of the heifers ahead of her here today. Really a nice set of May heifers there in our Plus show.
We get out here and get ready to select your champion high Maine bull, and definitely you know, a lineup of out here of bulls that I think represent a lot of good, all the way up to the June bull calf. We talked that calf. I think he represents a lot of quality. Obviously, out here today, a bull that for me, myself, and I, when we got bigger bulls that look the way they do, he's probably not in contention, but still a bull that I love a lot of things about him. The bull that came out of the second class, I think we got to look at, because that bull to me brings a lot of uniqueness to the table, to be that sleek and that good about his shoulder and how everything fits together up front, and still be that bold, that massive, and that opened up, I think is very, very interesting, and one that I would love to see on down the road, and just how he matures and continues to come. Young man there with the January bull, we talked about that bull's muscle power, but we need that bull to get out and go just a shot better as we compare him to several others out here. In my opinion, the decision is very, very close, and I'll just talk about the two single entry bigger bulls. The bull that comes out of our fall division is an absolute man. There's no doubt about it. That's a masculine, rugged, big testicle bull that definitely brings a lot of shape, power. I think he has the decided advantage as you step in behind the cattle in terms of how genuine and square he is from his pen to his hock to the ground. That bull is so good there. Bull, you know, as we compare him to the bull right behind him, you'd maybe like to lay him in just ever so slightly there at his shoulder, but that also, I've always been told, you got to have the engine and to get it the caboose. And with that being said, you know, we can make minor tweaks here and there, but if we're going to sit out here and stand for power and density, I think that's where that bull has the advantage. You know, and I think it's extremely close, because the bull here out of the last class, if you step back 30 foot and just study this bull from the side, this picture right here is hard to paint. A bull of that kind of age, that kind of maturity, that's still that fresh, has that kind of look, and is put together the way that bull is. He's not perfect in his knee. We'd like to lay that bull back in his knee, and then as we step in behind the cattle, that's maybe where he's slightly, disappointing, or slightly would like to intensify him in terms of his shape, his muscle, and his hock. He kind of wants to bring that in and not stay quite as square and mature. And I say all this because, I'm not trying to be critical, because I think any of these bulls could generate as high quality of stuff as anyone would want. I'm just trying to break them down and tell you what I see in them. I think it's extremely tight. The best part about a bull show, in my opinion, and in nowadays world, I'm sure several of these bulls are going to be offered semen. You can breed them, you can use them, and go about it however you would like. For me personally today, I've kind of got my mind set in terms of one, but let's give all these guys a big round of applause. I'll go show you the ones that I like the best.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion Main-Anjou bull here at the Cattlemen's Congress, going to Kenzie Glennie of Blackwell, Oklahoma, with double threat.
Well, here as we get into our first division in our Shorthorn Plus heifer show, I think once again tremendous quality, and I think a lot of heifers here, and there's some summers and some Mays, future intermediate heifers here that I certainly think are going to have a bright future ahead of them. I think that they're good in terms of structure, they're good in terms of their look, and there's some differences in terms of type and kind, and I'm certain that at different times and different judges preferences, certainly they'll mix it up from time to time. But with that being said, I think there's one out here that in terms of look and in presence at this stage, certainly an outlier in my mind, and then it gets a little closer for reserve. I'll go show you the two that I like in this division, but congratulations. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the main ring, your reserve grand champion bull coming out of Class 11. That was MCCF CeeLo Keno ET, exhibited by Cadence Muir and Silveris Brothers. And congratulations in the Shorthorn Plus ring, your late spring heifer calf champion coming out of Class 2. That's Madeline Berg of Osage, Iowa, with NNT Autumn 2305L. And congratulations, reserve champion late spring heifer calf will come out of Class 1. That's Channing Lind with JFTET Laney Ray 19L. Congratulations once again to those exhibitors. We're now going to welcome in your next division in the Shorthorn Plus female show, Class 5 early spring heifer calves. Well, for those of you just joining us here in the Jim Norick Arena, your judge today for our Shorthorn show is Mr. Andrew Foster from Niles, Michigan. Mr. Foster is the co-owner and manager of Seldom Rest Farms, where they specialize in Angus show heifers. He graduated from Oklahoma State in 2010 and was the 2013 American Angus Association Herdsman of the Year. He and his wife Emily live there in Niles, Michigan with their 3 daughters, Everly, Emerson, and Eleanor. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Welcome Mr. Foster here to Oklahoma City.
Well, here in our April heifer calves, I think really a high-quality heifer calf here to start the class, and I think she comes to the top fairly easily for me in her overall completeness. I like this heifer, just how smooth she's built from end to end. She still maintains a tremendous amount of balance and eye appeal, and when we set her into motion, she maintains that balance and gets out and goes with plenty of reach and flexibility off of both ends. Really like that one as well. Here the heifer coming in second, I think one that falls into the second spot in terms of that look and that front end structure. I think she has an advantage in that over our heifer in third. Tremendously long-sided and big-hipped, a heifer that you like that about, one that's got a tremendous amount of performance as well. The heifer here in third, actually, I prefer in terms of that elegance and youthfulness there through her head and neck. A heifer that's tremendously long-fronted and really good down that top line. And to be honest, I'd probably move her into that second spot. I'd just like to change the way that she handles her front end when she gets out and goes. If we could fix that, she bumps up a spot here today. You have her here rounding out the class, another one that's got some shape and some muscle dimension down that top. I'd like to just change her and her overall presence here today to get over those heifers ahead of her.
Well, congratulations in the Shorthorn Plus show results out of Class 5 early spring heifer calves. First place went to back number 6288. That's BR Classy Red Cherry 328 LET, exhibited by Sheridan Fox. Second place and congratulations go to Ella James of Main-Anjou, Illinois. Third place and congratulations goes to Case Glazier of Loyal, Oklahoma. And fourth place go to Wesley Stone. We're now going to welcome in Class 6 early spring heifer calves to complete the division. Well, back over in ring one, we're going to welcome back your judge, Mr. Will Core. We'll get started with your Maine Angus Bull Show first class in the ring, Class 13, Maine Angus Spring Bull Calves, born May of 2023. Well, your judge, Mr. Will Core, originally from Selma, North Carolina, attended Blackhawk East Junior College, where he was a member of the 2013 National Champion Junior College Livestock Judging Team. After his time at Blackhawk East, he went on to attend Western Illinois University, where he completed his senior collegiate livestock judging career and received his bachelor's in ag business. Will, alongside his wife Lauren and two sons, Stokely and Bowen, now reside in Greenfield, Ohio, where they own and operate Core Cattle. Core Cattle's main focus is raising and selling high-quality show cattle in multiple breeds that are offered in their various sales biannually. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Welcome Mr. Will Core to Oklahoma City.
Another really high quality set of plus heifers here, and I think the one that starts for me just in terms of her overall presence and that extension that she has and the way she travels out of her front end and connects from her shoulder and ties high out of her shoulder into her neck. I think that one's presence and just that overall balance that she has when she gets set in motion, she's awful good and loose made as well. I like that about her quite a bit. The heifer here in second, I do believe that I like just a little bit smoother there through her shoulder as comparison to our class winner. She's massive in terms of that rib cage and depth of body. I'd like to change her just the way she ties from her shoulder into her neck as well. Maybe bring that a little higher, and she wants to get just a shot weaker in her loin when she gets set in motion, but I think one that's maternal in her design and tremendous in terms of that depth of body as well. The young man's heifer here coming next in third, tremendous in terms of presence and eye appeal. She's really good up through that front end. She's got some thickness and some dimension down that top. I just like to free that one up out of her front end when we set her in motion. Really a nice trio of heifers there as well.
Coming back at you here on the main side, and we start our Maine Angus show obviously with a pair of younger bulls here. The young man's bull is just overwhelming within this particular class in terms of his muscle. You study that guy and how square and opened up and right he is in terms of his pin set, and still one that gives you a great look from the side. I thought he handled this class rather timidly, easily. The young lady's calf here in two is one that does give you a nice look from the side, nice in his lines and his design and how everything's put together. A bull that we would just like to see a shot more of him, but definitely a very nice prospect for her. Congratulations to both of them.
Well, congratulations. Back in the Shorthorn Plus ring, results out of Class 6. First place was exhibited by Grace Reneker of Strasburg, Illinois. That was back number 6297. Second place, and congratulations, Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. And third place will go to Drake Penrod of Jonesboro, Illinois. Back over to the Maine Angus Bull Show. First class in the ring was Class 13. First place went to KMEM Prestige, exhibited by Coy Moonen of Glencoe, Oklahoma. Second place in that class will go to Elizabeth Covey of Van Buren, Arkansas. Now in the ring, Class 14. There will be 2 entries in this class.
Well, here in our second division in our Shorthorn Plus heifer show, I think once again a tremendous lineup, and we get our class winners and our seconds back out here as well. I think like I said earlier, I think heifers have got a tremendous future and a bright future ahead of them. I think they're good in terms of their structure and their balance and longevity. They're youthful, and I think they're just going to continue to get better as they get older. And so I like cattle that are complete. I like cattle that are sound and that are going to last the long haul, and I think that these are some excellent representatives of that. So with that being said, I'll go show you the two that I like in this division. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Get out here in this pair of calves, and the January bull is one that I think is just overwhelming, and in terms of his masculinity, how rugged he is in his design. Those are some big feet and a massive dude as you step in behind the cattle. Still one that's very agile as we ask the cattle to cover the ring and go ahead and make a lap for us. A bull that's very good in terms of his design, still sleek but plenty masculine about the shape that he has to his neck. I really like that bull. The young man's bull here into is no slouch. That bull's flexibility, especially off of his rear skeleton, is absolutely spot on. I love that bull in terms of his hip design, how he can get out and cover ground and do so with so much ease. That bull gets a little weird for me right there in terms of his front feet. I'd like to just square him up, maybe lay him in there at his shoulder ever so slightly, but definitely a bull that brings loads of quality to the table. I'm sure he'll have an extreme amount of success down the road.
Well, congratulations in the main ring, your champion early spring heifer calf coming out of Class 5. That was Sheridan Fox with BR Classy Red Cherry 328 LET. And reserve champion in that division will come out of Class 6. Grace Reniker of Strasburg, Illinois with SFF Augusta Pride 319T. Now in the Shorthorn Plus ring, we'll look to see Class 9 junior heifer calves. Back over to the Maine Angus ring, results out of Class 14. First place goes to back number 40285. That was SN Light 'em Up 319 ET, exhibited by Schrag and Nickel Show Cattle of Marion, South Dakota. Second place in that class will go to Maddox Small with SMLM Legendary 027L. We're now going to welcome in your final class of Maine Angus bulls. This will be Class 15 Maine Angus Fall Bull calves born September through October of 22.
A very nice single entry fall bull out here, a bull that represents what we would be expecting in terms of a fall bull at this time, in terms of his maturity, his weight, his power, everything balances, everything fits, a very high quality single entry. We'll do a bit more comparison as we get him back out here.
Well, congratulations, Class 15. First place will go to back number 40307. That's BKMT Classic K12ET, exhibited by Buck and Morton Cattle Company of Stratford, Oklahoma. At this time, we're going to bring those first and seconds in. We'll select a grand and reserve grand champion, Maine Angus bull here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
get out here and get ready to select your champion Maine Angus bull. And obviously not a load of numbers, but I'm extremely satisfied with the bulls that we're getting ready to select. Not taking nothing away from the young man's bull up front, but bottom line, we just got to have more of him, and we understand that because he's a younger bull. That bull still has a lot of quality to him, but for me today, the decision lies between these two bigger, older bulls. For me personally, the bull here in 2 is extremely unique. That bull is so good in terms of how he brings his neck very high out the top side of his shoulder. He can give you that come hither type of a look. A bull that is very, very good in terms of the stoutness and the ruggedness that he has to his foot and the shape of it. Still a bull that I like in terms of his body. Now, if we're going to get critical, we'd like to open that bull up right there in his forerib. Maybe like to see him lay his loin down into him and kind of square those pins up just a shot. But that bull's uniqueness in terms of the different pieces that he brings to the table, I think is very, very interesting. The bull here out of the last class is one that, in my opinion, the kind of longer you study the cattle, the more you appreciate him. He came in within that particular single entry, and you know, we labeled him very, very good, but just not any wow factors. But then the longer you study the bull, the more it becomes an issue to find those problems, and I think that's a good thing. I love that bull's body shape, how everything fits together so good in terms of his smoothness. That bull's chest, shoulder, heart, everything blends together. Now, if you're going to compare him to the bull in front of him, maybe not quite as wild and tricked out looking, maybe a bull that, you know, you would like to see him just a shot stouter maybe, but at the end of the day, I love that bull in terms of his general build. I think it's extremely close between the two personally, and I think you can go either way. I'll put the mic down. Let's give these guys a big round of applause. I'll show you the one that I like the best.
Well, back here on our plus side in our February heifer calves, and another tremendous lineup. And as you all can see probably from my angle right now, and we get these two that lead off the class, I think tremendously similar in terms of type and kind, and just the way that they balance in that rib shape and dimension, and the way they look from a side view profile. They're big hipped and they're correct in their hind legs. I think both sound as they get around the ring. I prefer the heifer that I led off the class with in terms of her moderation and longevity. I think that heifer has a slight advantage up through her chin, and just the way that she shows off just a little bit longer there and a little bit neater for on down the road. I think the heifer here coming next, tremendous in terms of mass and volume as well. And like I said, those two are very, very similar in terms of type and kind. Like I said, I just preferred the more moderate one today. The heifer here coming next in third, I think striking in terms of her overall presence and that length of front end. She's certainly got a really good look when we get off to the side of her. Another heifer that gets out and travels well as we get her around the ring. Just in comparison to the heifers that lead off the class, I think she's maybe just a little more tucked up there in that center portion of her body. She maybe doesn't relax that rear rib and flank as she gets out and goes like those two ahead of her. Young lady's got a nice heifer here that's got some eye appeal and balance as well. Here coming next in fourth, I think this heifer is really good from the side. Like I said, I'd like to change her the way she handles her hock when we set her into motion. She's maybe not quite as uniform there as she reads from her hock down to the ground. Young man's got another one with tremendous length and performance here as well. Really long fronted, really long from hooks to pins. Another one I just like to change in terms of body and soften her up through that rear rib and flank to get her any higher today.
Well, congratulations back over in the main ring. Results on your Maine Angus Bull Show, your grand champion. We'll go to back number 40307. That was BKMT Classic K12 ET, exhibited by Buck and Morton Cattle Company. And reserve champion will go to Shrag and Nickel Show Cattle with SN Light 'em Up 319 ET. Now in the ring, we'll get started with your maintainer bull show. Back over to the Shorthorn Plus ring. Results out of Class 9 junior heifer calves. First place went to back number 60306. That's MFS Mona Bow 18LET, exhibited by Kennedy Brogdon of Waxahachie, Texas. Second place will go to Grady McGrew of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Third place exhibited by Sheridan Fox. Fourth place went to Bentley Baldwin, and fifth place will go to Sterling Gillette. Now in the ring, Class 10 junior heifer calves.
Get out here and start your maintainer show, and two bulls that are way, way different in their type and kind. The bull that I'd elect to go with, I think, has a distinct advantage as those cattle are making the lap out here just in terms of his build, where that shoulder lays back on his rib cage, so good in terms of his hip and hind leg. I'll be the first to tell you, I wished he had a little bit more wow factor like the bull in two in terms of his foot and bone and the way his chest sets in him, but that bull is so good in terms of his arrogance, in terms of the spine and how everything fits together. I thought that he was the sounder option. The young man's bull here in two is stout, wide, and powerful. There's no doubt about it. If you're looking to inject some muscle and bone and foot, this would definitely be the option for you. To me, that bull reads a little straighter about his shoulder, maybe a bull that I'd like to see him sit down, a shot more comfortable there on his rear too. Definitely two very nice pair of bulls there.
Well, congratulations over in the maintainer bull show, your first class in the ring. First place went to Tyler Loudon of Creston, Iowa with TLLC Louis. And second place, and congratulations, Brett Jones of Ardmore, Oklahoma. Now in the ring will be Class 17 spring bull calves born January of 23.
A single entry that comes out here and quite honestly comes out here and looks like a stud. And that bull is so good in terms of how massive and powerful he is, but still he ties it together in such a unique look and still stays extremely good at the ground. Very, very high quality single entry here. Congratulations to her.
Well, congratulations in our final class of maintainer spring bulls. Class 17 and 18 were both scratches. So that was Class 19 maintainer spring yearling bulls. First place went to Dunk Francisco 201 KET, exhibited by Hadley Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. We're now going to bring in those first and seconds and select a grand and reserve grand champion maintainer bull.
Obviously, only three maintainer bulls, but I'll be the first to tell you this champion bull is one that is very, very good. I honestly wish there was more cattle here just to compare him to, just so people would appreciate him maybe at a higher level, because that bull is very, very good in his own right. Taking nothing away from the younger bull, because I still have confidence in him continuing to get better with us talking about how good he was in his build. A very, very nice pair of bulls here. Obviously, the big bull is the option for me. He'll be your champion, followed behind the younger bull.
Well, congratulations, grand champion maintainer bull coming out of your final class. That'll be Dunk Francisco 201 KET, exhibited by Hadley Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. And reserve champion will go to Tyler Loudon of Creston, Iowa with TLLC Louis. That does complete our bull show. We're going to get the ring cleared. We'll get started with your junior Main-Anjou female show.
one outstanding class of January heifers here, and possibly the deepest class we've seen quality from end to end to this point today. The heifer here leading off the class, I think just in terms of balance and smoothness and overall attractiveness, I like an awful lot of things about her. I think when we get her stopped like this, she has tremendous ring presence and she's maternal in her build, tremendously deep-bodied, and when we set her into motion, she still maintains that really good look, just an awful high-quality one here to start. The next pair of heifers here I think are very similar in terms of type and kind. They're really neat up through that front end. They're smooth through their shoulder. They're similar in their body types and maybe a little more streamlined than our class winner. But I think a heifer here comes in second, has a tremendous look and some balance as well. Where I think she has an advantage over our heifer in third is just when we get right behind her. I think she handles her hock. She's a little square from her pins all the way down to the ground. I think that's where she has an advantage there as well. The heifer here next in third, like I said, both of these heifers in terms of that design and that look is very, very similar. She's striking as well, like I said, and then where I nitpick between those two, I think that heifer in third just rolls on that rear hock just a little bit more to get her over that other one today. The heifer here next in fourth presented really well. I think this heifer's stout featured. She's long fronted. She gives you a really good look from the side. The heifer, though, when we really get off to the side, she's maybe just a little more tucked up in that forward when she gets set in motion, has a little more navel and maybe not quite as coordinated off that hind leg. Heifer here coming next and rounding out the class, tremendously maternal, big-bodied, and you got to appreciate all that performance that she has. Maybe just a little weaker in her loin, not quite as good up through that front end to get her over the other heifers today.
Well, congratulations in Class 10 Junior Heifer Calves before the division. First place will go to back number 60314. That's STCULL Dream of Me 3011 ET, exhibited by Whitney Swain of Rockville, Indiana. Second place and congratulations, Samantha Van Voris of Bowling Green, Ohio. Third place exhibited by Gana Farms LLC of Martell, Nebraska. Fourth place to go to Cameron Blue, Greenfield, Indiana. And fifth place in that class exhibited by Gentry Remy of Owasso, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, your first and seconds to select a champion reserve junior heifer calf.
Well, here in our January and February calf division, I think once again, like I've said, and it continues to get better and better as we go on, tremendous high quality as we get our lineup back out here, and I think all of them excel in terms of show ring presence and having some soundness and some body and some look and some future to them as well. And so with that being said, I'm not going to go, I haven't gone through and broken them all down in any division yet. I think as we go through, you can certainly see the type and kind that I like, and certainly functional and big-bodied and having some future is of the utmost importance to me. And I think, like I said, you could go any way you wanted out here in this division and you wouldn't be wrong. So with that being said, I'll go show you the two that I like here. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Well, congratulations. Your champion in that division will go to Whitney Swain of Rockville, Indiana, with STCULL Dream of Me 3011 ET. And congratulations, reserve in that division, coming out of Class 9. That was back number 60306, MFS Monabo, 18LET, exhibited by Kennedy Brogdon of Waxahachie, Texas. We're now going to welcome in Class 13. These will be winter heifer calves.
What a nice pair of December heifers here to start our fall division. I think one that comes to the top fairly easily for me in terms of her maternal design and that depth of body. She's really good and functional in her overall build, super smooth and complete in every way. Just a really nice way to start the class. The young lady's white heifer here coming next in second. I think tremendously beautiful up through that front end. She's got some elegance and some ring presence about her. A heifer that's tremendously long-sided. Just like to mass her up in terms of her overall body dimension and volume right now to get her over the heifer today. Really nice pair of Decembers there to start this division.
Well, congratulations in Class 13 in the Shorthorn Plus ring. First place will go to back number 60319. That's CF Margie 2129 CTPX, exhibited by Piper Cates of Modoc, Indiana. And second place was exhibited by Meredith Jordan of Amarillo, Texas. Now in the ring, Class 14, senior heifer calves. Well, for those of you just joining us here in the Jim Norick Arena, we're going to get started with your junior Main-Anjou female show. We'd like to welcome back your judge, Mr. Kevin Jensen of Cortland, Kansas.
A set of October heifers here, and really a maternal type heifer here to start off the class. I think one that in terms of body mass and smoothness comes to the top for me. I think she's really good there in her forerib and the way she carries that depth through her rear rib and flank. A heifer that's just really good in terms of that overall balance that she has. She's a little further along in terms of condition compared to the heifers on the end here, but I think one that just at that overall maternal build, she has to start for me. It gets into a little more give and take here in second and third, but where I land on the red heifer, the young man going out the gate, I think just in terms of structure, she's more correct on her feet and legs. She handles that hock, and just the way she gets around the ring, a shot better than our heifer here in third. Now our heifer here in third, certainly compared to the heifer ahead of her, is maybe a little more longer and extended there. She's smoother through that shoulder, but when we set her in motion, she's also just a little straighter the way she gets out and goes. And like I said, I'd like to tweak the way that she handles that hind leg, but just once again, a really high quality one with tremendous length and performance. She gives you a good look. Just like to free her up here a little more today.
Well, congratulations over here in the Shorthorn Plus ring, your final class before the senior heifer calf division. First place and congratulations go to Lane Shoulderman of Ozark, Arkansas with FFF Stylish Bow 2340. Second place in that class will go to John Barker of Shawnee, Oklahoma. In third place, we'll go to Addison Dick of Nowata, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, we'll bring those first and seconds in. Selected champion reserve, senior heifer calf.
Well, here again in our senior heifer calf division, not a lot in terms of numbers, but once again, I think really good in terms of quality. And as our class winners back out here in our second as well, I think maybe as we start to break them down, I think that our class winners pair up really good in terms of their overall maternal build and that body and that softness that they have. I think both of them are similar in terms of that design as well, but I think there's a distinct advantage just in freshness and as we get out on the move here with the young lady out of our first class, she's going to be our division champion. Young man, you'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Well, as we get the Maine heifer show started here with these late spring or early summer born heifers, we have a really nice heifer up here to my right to start the class. I like her youthfulness. I like her design. I like the way she carries her top line and comes out of her hip and to the ground. Just a very unique made heifer that has a lot of future to her. We have a pair of contrasting heifers in 2 and 3, and I switched them. The heifer that blends into second doesn't really fit with either of the heifers she's She's really thick. She's really wide-based. She's really neat and attractive up through her neck and the way she gets her neck up out of her shoulder. She is just a little round for me, and that's where I'd like to change her. I like the youthfulness and the leanness of the heifer that completes the class. She's not as neat and as attractive up through her front, but this heifer has some future to her. All three ought to make useful kind of cows.
Well, congratulations in the Shorthorn Plus ring, your senior heifer calf champion, exhibited by Piper Kate of Modoc, Indiana, with CF Margie 2129 CTPX. Reserve champion in that division will go to Lane Shoulderman of Ozark, Arkansas. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now going to welcome in Class 17 late spring yearling females. This will also be your intermediate female division. Well, congratulations over in the junior Main-Anjou ring. Results out of Class 20, first place went to RJC Dana 3112 LET, exhibited by Grace Raymond of Upland, Nebraska. Second place in that class was exhibited by Jace Blazier, and third place will go to Tenley Whitman. Now in the ring, Class 21, these are Main-Anjou spring heifer calves born April of 23.
Well, here in our maze, another nice trio of heifers here, but one that comes to the top fairly easily for me, just in her overall uniformity and look. I think this one's got a tremendous amount of ring presence and attractiveness up through that front end. She's really good and balanced in her lines, and a heifer that when she gets out and moves, she goes plenty free and easy off of both ends, just really complete in her overall design. I think the heifer here in seconds, just a shot deeper through that rear rib and flank, but also when we compare her back to her class winner, she doesn't want to hook up quite from that shoulder back into her forerib quite as smoothly, and she's a little more refined in her overall build and in that way. But I think another one that's super attractive up through that neck and that depth of body as well, just maybe not as square and as powerful there on that hip and hind leg as our class winner. A really muscular heifer here that's coming next in third, and you got to appreciate her for that. There's a lot of width there, a lot of substance and density, just maybe not the overall completeness and smoothness of the two heifers ahead of her here today.
Well, congratulations over in the Shorthorn Plus ring, your intermediate champion female. We'll go to back number 60321. That's FFF Styling Ruby 2278 ET, exhibited by Dylan Frazier of Meeker, Oklahoma. Reserve intermediate female. We'll go to back number 60330. That was PRES Who's Right 269K, exhibited by Belle Bennett of Knox, Indiana. Third in that class, and congratulations. We'll go to Wesley Stone. Now in the Shorthorn Plus ring, we're going to bring in your next class and division. These will be early spring yearling females.
Well, here in our March-April class and division, I think tremendous quality again from end to end, and I think a pair of heifers that come to the top for me, a little different in terms of type and kind, but certainly really high quality, both in their own right. The April heifer here, and the one that I elected to start with, I think just has a shot more athleticism. She's a little fresher in her condition. I like the bone. I like the powerful hind leg that this one has, and just like I said, just that overall presence and just freshness. She's right on track here. I think just super good in her build and her outline. I really like that about her. The young lady's heifer here coming next, massive and deep, and I like that about her. She's really maternal in her overall design. I think that heifer still, with all that mass and body, still has a really good presence and a look to her as well. like I said, just in comparison between those two, she's maybe a little fuller there through her chest and maybe not quite as trim and athletic as our class winner, but I think just in overall soundness and maternal build, she's got an awful lot of good to her as well. Young man's heifer here kind of follows next in terms of type and kind, really a long-sided and big-hipped and big hind-legged heifer here to go in third, and you like that performance and mass that she has as well. Like I said, when we get off to the side of this one, maybe not quite as balanced in her overall look or as true in her underline as those two heifers that lead out the class, but a big square-hipped heifer that certainly got some breeding potential as well. Young lady's heifer here coming next in third, another one that you like the overall completeness that she has, one that's really good up to that shoulder. And when we get her stopped, she's got a good look and presence as well. Just maybe not free and easy as free and easy moving as the heifers ahead of her here today. That can be said too about the heifer coming out the class. I think another one that's certainly long and elegant up to that front end as well, tremendously high performing. Once again, she gets a little bit more tucked up in that full rib and maybe just doesn't tie that hip and hind leg together near as well as the heifers that go out ahead of her. Really a nice set of heifers there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in our early spring female division, your champion. We'll go to back number 60332. That's HHCC Sweet Dreams Reward 210K, exhibited by Caitlin Cahoon of Charlotte, Montana. Second place in reserve in that division will go to Madeline Berg of Osage, Iowa with SN Lucky Charm 220 ET. Third place in that class exhibited by Mark Inskeep of Lafayette, Indiana. Fourth place will go to Brooklyn Fraser, Meeker, Oklahoma. And fifth place, and congratulations, Abigail Green, State Center, Iowa. Now entering the ring will be your final class and division here in our Shorthorn Plus female show. These are junior yearling heifers.
Well, folks, if you're over here watching from the sidelines on this main show, put your hands together. This is really good class of cattle. You could do a lot of things here and be justifiably right. I found a heifer that I think is just very unique. She's not the biggest, she's not the longest, tallest heifer out here, but I think she's the best one. She's extremely neat and attractive. Everything fits. She looks like a female. She's just very, very neat. If I was to change her, it'd be just a little bit up through her neck, the way she gets up out of her shoulder. It's a very well-balanced female that's just really neat and attractive. Then I've elected to use a heifer that's a little stouter. I like that about her. I like her strength. She's got a little more mass to her than the heifer just in front of her. Really a stout-made kind of a female that you could maybe twink her just a little bit up there too, but that's a good wide-based heifer that to me isn't quite as complete in the way she walks as the heifer that wins, but that is a really good, solid heifer. Then we go into 3 as a heifer that has a lot of look. She's a little more extended. She's probably going to be a little bigger framed as we get there. May get just a little easier right behind her shoulder, but that's probably why she moves as easy as she does. It's another really good, well-balanced female. A little bigger framed heifer in 4, but boy, this heifer is good. She's extremely neat out her hip, very pleasing off her hind leg, extended, tremendous amount of body length, and puts it into an extremely good package. Those are 4 really, really unique kind of cattle. The heifer in fifth is another very good heifer that gets just a little bit, labors just a little bit off her hind two, and that's why she lands where she does. Young man in the cowboy hat right behind us. Got a good heifer. Again, this isn't quite as complete right behind her shoulder, but that's a high quality heifer as well as the next four heifers. This is a good deep class, good cattle. Let's give another round of applause. Very exciting class to judge.
Well, congratulations in our second class here in your junior Main-Anjou female show. First place went to BBR Luscious 371 LET, exhibited by Ashlyn Moole of Lexington, Illinois. Back number on first place was 40481. Second place will go to back number 40338. That's BKMT Live It Up 326L, exhibited by Ella Weldon, Piedmont, Oklahoma. Third place in that class will go to back number 40484. That was Trip Lewis of Wynnewood, Oklahoma. Fourth place exhibited by Keegan Steck of Woodstock, Minnesota. Fifth place was exhibited by Brecken Scruggs of Ardmore, Oklahoma. Sixth place and congratulations will go to Laramie Duncan of Bonham, Texas. Seventh place in that class was exhibited by Cambria Cook, Clovis, California. Eighth place will go to Maverick Crawford of Ash Flat, Arkansas. Ninth place was exhibited by Neely Davis. And 10th place in that class will go to Landry Kirkpatrick. We'll now welcome in Class 22. These will be Main-Anjou spring heifer calves born March of 23.
Well, here in our January, February class and division, I think a really good set of heifers from end to end, and there's some give and take on down the line, that's for certain. But one thing's for sure, I think you got to land on this one just in terms of, or to start the class, just in terms of completeness and body and soundness and that maternal look. She comes to the top in this class for me. I think she's balanced in the way she is through her front end and down through her rib cage. When we get her in motion, she gets out and goes, and the more she's relaxed out here in the ring, the better she's looked as the class has gone on. The heifer here coming next in second, in terms of type and kind, I think most closely resembles our class winner. Now, I'll be honest, I'm an Angus guy, and the color didn't snap out and hit me right off the bat. But the longer I studied this heifer, the more I liked her. I think she's really complete. She's really smooth. She's square from hooks to pins, and when she gets out and goes, she covers ground really well. I'd like to refine her the way she's developing in that other, just a shade, but I think that one's got some breeding potential as well. Young man's red heifer here coming next. Really stout, really smooth heifer. I think another one that's just complete in her overall design that way. Maybe doesn't get out and cover ground quite as well as the heifers that lead out ahead of her, but I think one that's got some unique pieces as well. I like her bone work. I like her hind leg. Once again, another really smooth one. The next pair of heifers, I spent more time trying to decide a little bit between the two, and I think there's some give and take. I think the heifer here coming next for the young lady, I think tremendously smooth. I think she's super long from hooks to pins. I'd like to neaten her up the way she is through that navel, back through that flank just a little bit, and you can see it when she gets set in motion, but I think another really attractive one here to come out next. The young lady here rounding out the class, a heifer that's broody and massive in her rib cage, and she's maternal in her design. She's a little bit chestier there, and I'd like to neaten her up there just a little bit. And when she gets out and goes around the ring, maybe just wants to labor just a little bit out of that shoulder here today. But I think one that's massive and got some length and some hip and some things there to breed on down the future.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 2. Results out of your junior yearling division. Your junior champion female will go to back number 60351. That's CFNB Demi 21 Primo XET, exhibited by Grady McGrew, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Reserve champion in that division will go to Carter Eaton of Newalla, Oklahoma with AL Lady 0102K. Third place in that class will go to Jace Folks of Stratford, Oklahoma. Fourth place will go to Rebecca Hunt of Bramer, Missouri. And fifth place will go to Kaylin Cahoon of Charlotte, Montana. Well, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to bring all your division champion and reserves into the ring. And our judge, Mr. Andrew Foster, will select his grand and reserve grand champion, Shorthorn Plus female, here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Well, in this class, the spring heifer calves in the main show, we have I think a really fine place to start. I think this heifer has a lot of look to her. I like her structure. I like the way her hips made. She's very good off her hind two as you watch her walk. She may be carrying a little more condition down low than I'd like. I know it's awful hard not to get these heifer calves. I know a lot of folks like them a little chubbier than I do at this age, but that's where I might lean her up just a little bit. But boy, she's a good one. Made nice. Looks like a cow. Everything fits. Very, very correct in her structure. 2 and 3, I'm a young lady that has second heifer is really stout. She's got some muscle. She may get just a little upright on her hind leg for me, and that's why I contemplated using up the young man in the cowboy hat right behind her. There's some differences in those heifers, high quality in both. The young lady's heifer in second today, though, is a bit more the same, just in more the same rig, the heifer that wins. Heifer in third is a very neat heifer. I like her youthfulness quite well, and that's why I moved her up a notch. I think this heifer's got some future to her. I like her a head bit better than the heifer in 4. I think she's just one that could get very, very useful. I like her style, her look, and I think she has a very balanced, very structurally correct way of putting herself together. Bigger heifer in 4. Heifer that really gets out and moves. I like her length of body. Gets a little plain jawed for me, and that's where I'd change her. Just give her a little more strength in her jaw to go along with that long body that she has. I like the growth and the length that she has. I just like to see her have a head a little more like those first 3 heifers. The two remaining heifers are good cattle. I think as you watch them walk, they're just not quite as complete in their structure as those just in front of them. Another very good class of spring heifer calves.
Well, congratulations over in the Junior Main-Anjou female show. Results out of our third class of heifer calves. First place will go to back number 40346. That's BK MBSB Lucky Break 310 LET, exhibited by Cato Craft of Anadarko, Oklahoma. Second place will go to Kaylee Jennings of Felicity, Ohio. Third place exhibited by Barrett Howe of Lyons, Texas. Fourth place went to Clara Cross. Fifth place exhibited by Liberty Haynes. Sixth place will go to Gage Pickens. We're now going to welcome in your final class of heifer calves. These calves are born January through February of 23.
What an outstanding lineup here in our Shorthorn Plus heifer show. And as we get them all back out here, I think I'm extremely pleased with the quality from end to end, from our youngest baby onto our oldest heifer. And and I think that each of these cattle are tremendously functional, and they're sound, and they're good looking. I think they've got a future, whether as future bred heifers coming back here next year or on into the donor pen. And I think as we break it down that way, I'm extremely pleased with each and every one of them. I think there's some difference in size variation out here as we go through, and maturity pattern as well, and that's okay. Everybody picks their different size and different kinds and what works for your operation, and I think, you know, some are a little bigger and some are a little smaller, and it just kind of what suits you. And as I'm sitting out here just trying to work through what I'm going to do, it's a big part in playing in what I think, and so with that, but like I said, as we break them down, they're tremendously functional, they're tremendously good looking, and I think that each of them have a spot in everyone's breeding program and how they would choose to utilize them. And so you as breeders, I know certainly should be proud in the lineup that you have out here and your champions and reserve divisions. I know I'm pleased to have them back out here. And so with that being said, I'll go, and I know we got more cattle to get through here today and your purebred show as well. But let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. I think an outstanding lineup of cattle. You should be proud as breeders.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion, Shorthorn Plus female here at the Cattlemen's Congress, coming out of our early spring heifer division. That'll go to Caitlin Cahoon of Charlotte, Montana, with HHCC Sweet Dreams Award to 10K. And congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion coming out of that final division, exhibited by Grady McGrew of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, with CFNB Demi 21 Primo XET. Again, congratulations to all of our Shorthorn Plus exhibitors here at the Cattlemen's Congress this morning. We'll break for photos, and then we're going to start our Shorthorn Bull Show.
Well, in this class of junior heifer calves in the main show, again, I think we have a very logical place to start. Even though this heifer is the largest, and maybe that's where you might say, well, she's plenty big enough, but she's just got enough more quality to her. She's extremely neat to look at and attractively presented, but I think more importantly, she just is the most best one as far as the way she's constructed, the way she comes off on her hind leg, the way she moves. Everything fits, is in right proportion. I like her kind or type quite well. Second and third is the problem for me. I believe the heifer in second's just a little more my kind, just a little cower, has a little more flank in her. She doesn't have the length through the muscle that we see in the heifer in three, but I think when you just look at her overall kind, I think when she gets to motherhood, she's just going to be a little more my type of cow. Black and white heifer is extremely, again, well presented, and she's got a lot of length of body, and there's some muscle in this heifer, probably so much that it makes her a little tighter flanked, and that's where she gets in trouble with me. Beautiful up through her front, neck, and head. That's a very nicely made heifer. Heifers behind them in the next three spots are good cattle, but I think as you look at them and watch them and the way they handle their hind legs, they aren't as correct or as neat and attractive as those just in front, but another very, very good class of heifer calves in the main show.
Well, congratulations. In our final class is Spring Heifer Calves over here in the Junior Main-Anjou Female Show. First place will go to TJSC Miss Harmony, 9LET, exhibited by McClay Genesee of Hennepin, Illinois. Second place and congratulations will go to Reed Schumacher of Columbus Grove, Ohio. Third place will go to Brett Pembroke, Fairview, Oklahoma. Fourth place will go to Madison McGee of Arkansas City, Kansas. Fifth place was exhibited by Paisley Gas. In sixth place will go to Lillian Christian. At this time, we're going to bring in those firsts and seconds and select a champion reserve in your junior heifer calf division.
Well, we went through 4 classes of very good cattle, but more importantly, very good young folks. Let's put our hands together and thank these young folks for providing us a lot of very enjoyable entertainment here. You know, when the young lady brought in the June heifer, I thought that's a very nice heifer calf, and then I didn't realize that come right behind her would be all this steam, but this is a nice heifer calf that obviously is a little more immature than the heifers right behind her, but I think this young lady has a lot of future with her heifer calf. Then come the pair of April heifers, and that class was no doubt the toughest class probably I've judged while I've been here this last week. That was a lot of really good cattle, and these two, to me, kind of come to the top, and they're differing a little bit, but they're both very, very good cattle and come out of a very, very good class, and I like their type and kind quite well. The heifer that wins Class 3, as well as her counterpart, good cattle, a little woofier perhaps than the ones just in front. I like that. I like the length of side. And I said if I could change her, maybe I'd lean her up just a little bit right now, but it's an awfully good heifer that's extremely neat and attractive and well put together, and I like her femininity quite well. And then in our older class of heifers, we have a big one, but we have a real good big one. Folks, I can't figure out a way to beat her. Let's put our hands together. She'll be your champion in this division.
Well, congratulations, your junior heifer calf champion coming out of Class 23, your 4th class of spring heifer calves. That's TJSC Miss Harmony 911 ET, exhibited by McClay Gensini of Hennepin, Illinois. And congratulations, reserve champion in that division will come out of Class 21, which was your 2nd class of spring heifer calves. Back number 40481, that's BBR Luscious 371 LET, exhibited by Ashlyn Moole of Lexington, Illinois. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now going to welcome in Class 24. These are Main-Anjou winter heifer calves born November to December of 22.
Winter heifer calves here in the main show, I think they come together quite handily. There's a really nice kind of a female to start off the class. I think structure is probably what gets her there more than the length that she has, because she is the longest heifer of the group as well. But it's just the way she's constructed in her top line, the way she handles her hip and comes to ground off her hind two that wins it for her. I think it's a little closer between 2 and 3. I think there's just a little more substance in this heifer in 2. If we could change her, she gets just a little weaker in her loin, not as desirable off her hind leg and how she comes off of it. But good heifer that has some rib, and I think she'll make a very good, useful kind of cow. A little leaner heifer to complete the class, maybe not quite as, again, structurally correct off her hip and down through her pins into the ground. That's where I'd change her. But I think this heifer is just lean enough that as she matures and this young lady gets her ready in show shape, she'll have a very, very good project.
Well, congratulations back in the Main-Anjou ring. Results out of class 24. First place goes to back number 40360. That's TFRK Black Velvet 109K, exhibited by Kaya Rhodes of Ada, Oklahoma. Second place in that class will go to Lindley Searles of Dilley, Texas. And third place, and congratulations, go to Emma Bella of McLeod, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, class 25. These are Main-Anjou fall heifer calves born September to October of 2022.
Well, this young lady survived her malfunction of her wardrobe a minute ago, but she's got hung in there and got this heifer showed. This is a very nice female in this fall heifer calf class. She's got some body and some substance. She moves very well. Again, she's just a very good, useful, complete female. There's just a little more neatness in her structure, just a little more quality in the way she's put together versus the next two. I used a heifer in two that's probably more the same shape of the heifer that wins. She's not as neat up front, not as correct out her hip down through her hind leg to the ground as the heifer that wins, but there's a lot of body and a lot of capacity. I think it's just logically the best way to place two. Three, heifer's a little greener and probably a little harder doing kind of heifer. You can kind of tell that by the way she's made out of her neck and head. I'd like to see her maybe be just in a little more show shape today to compare with these first two, but a very nice female to complete the class.
Well, congratulations. Back over the Main-Anjou ring. Results out of Class 25. First place, we'll go to back number 40365. That's BKMT Cold Chills 2008 KET, exhibited by Teddy Kraft of Anadarko, Oklahoma. Second place, we'll go to Sarah McNone of Valley Center, Kansas. Third place, we'll go to Lila Bullard of Wills Point, Texas. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in. Select a champion reserve fall heifer calf. Back over in the Shorthorn ring, we're going to get started with your purebred Shorthorn show. This will be your bull show, first class in the ring and division, late spring bull calves.
Well, here to start off our purebred Shorthorn show and our bull show here, a pair of made bulls that I think are similar in terms of type and kind and design, and to be honest, their structure is fairly comparable between the two. But the bull here to start with, I think there's just a little more of him. He's a little smoother in his overall design, and the way he transitions back into that rear rib and flank, he's a little thicker hipped and thicker down through that lower quarter. Really a nice calf here to start. Like I said, the bull here in second, I think just in terms of structure's not far off of our class winner as well, and both of them could be tweaked slightly as they get out and go. One that's deep-sided and got some look to him as well. Just like to see a little more of him compared to that class winner to get him any higher today.
Well, congratulations over here in the Shorthorn ring. Results of your first division in our bull show. First place and champion. We'll go to back number 60380. That's 4D Cooper 001, exhibited by Delgado Shorthorns of Fort Cobb, Oklahoma. And reserve champion, we'll go to Andrew Triplett of Blanchard, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, Class 4, early spring bull calves.
Well, in this fall division, the Maine heifers, again, a very good group. We have some differing in kinds. I think the quality lies in our two class winners. They're going to be your champion and reserve in this division. And I like both heifers, but I like them for different reasons. The heifer that won the younger class is going to be a little longer, taller, more extended kind of female as she matures. Probably going to be a little higher maintenance kind of a female because of her body kind. But I like her length. I like the way she gets out and moves, and she's correct and she's properly in the right kind of condition, in my opinion. I like that about her quite well. The cowy, broody one of the pair is the young lady's heifer off to my left. She's deep-sided. She's not as long-geared as the heifer right in front of her. She's going to be probably a little more moderate sized as a mature cow, and those are, depending on what you need or what you like. She's not as extended, but she's just so cow-like. She's just so useful in her kind. She'll be your champion, and the younger heifer will be reserved. Let's give them a round of applause.
Well, congratulations over here in the Main-Anjou ring, your fall heifer calf champion, exhibited by Teddy Kraft of Anadarko, Oklahoma, with BKMT Cold Chills 2008 KET. And reserve champion will go to Kaya Rhodes of Ada, Oklahoma. We're now going to welcome in Class 26. These will be Main-Anjou late summer yearling heifers born June of 22.
Well, here in our April bull calf class, I think a pair of bulls here, both incredibly high quality and and a lot different in terms of type and kind. And the white bull here that I lead off with just suits my type just a little bit more. I think he's smoother up through that shoulder, and the way he transitions from his shoulder back into his forerib, he's softer there through the center portion of his body. And I like the way he handles his hip when he gets out and goes. He doesn't want to duck his pins maybe like our bull in second does. I just like the overall completeness and style that he has. Now, I like the power and the bone and the substance here, this bull here in second. I really like the how stout built he is down his top and through his hip and lower quarter. I just like to change him in comparison to our class winner and just maybe transition him a little bit smoother there through that shoulder back into his forerib, maybe soften him up just a shot there through that center portion of his body, but certainly a powerful breeding piece there to go out as well. Here, the red bull here coming next in third, another one that you appreciate the performance and the length of body and the depth of body that he has. He just maybe a little harder as well through the center portion of his body in comparison to those bulls that go out ahead of him. Just maybe like to free him up the way he gets out of his front end as well. Really a deep-sided roan calf here rounding out the class. I'd like to give him a little more strength and stability there off his rear too when he gets out and goes. Nice set of bulls there. Really complement those breeders.
A pair of summer yearling heifers in the Maine show, and both very useful, the long spine kind of cattle. This young man's heifer that's going to lead off, though, is just a very, very properly presented heifer that has a lot of elegance when you look at her. I like the length of side, and I like the fact that she's pretty lean when you look down through her chest and down through her lower third. I like that about her. Her freshness is just very good. Very pleasing to look off the hind leg, very pleasing out her hip. Long-made heifer. It'll be very interesting when we get her out here in her lineup, because that's a nice made female. The young lady's heifer in 2 is useful. I like the muscle shape that she has. I like the usefulness that she has. She's not maybe quite as pretty up front, just a little deeper in her chest, maybe not quite as clean there, but that's a good heifer. She's very useful. Young lady's got a very nice kind of a female to complete the class.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in the Main-Anjou ring, results out of Class 26. First place will go to back number 40370. That's SPLR Blackberry 56K, exhibited by Coy Moonen of Glencoe, Oklahoma. And second place will go to Addison Thompson of Prague, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, Class 27, these are Main-Anjou early summer yearling heifers born May of 22.
Really a nice bull here to lead off this class. I think tremendously stout and rugged in his overall build. Really big bone, big footed, got some density and some depth of body. Kind of comes to the top still with that look and ring presence as well. Like that bull a great deal here as he goes out. Really a nice bull here coming next in terms of just overall function and body and volume. He's a thick-ended bull. He's got some soundness as he gets out and goes. Just maybe lacks the overall ring presence of the bull that leads out ahead of him. But I think one that's tremendously functional and certainly can go out and work on cows here in the future. I think he's got some good deal and some breeding potential as well. A bigger bodied bull here coming next in third. I like the depth of the center body that he has just as we compare him to the two that go out ahead of him. I'd like to make him a little bit more stable off those rear hind legs to get him up any further. Same can be said for the two bulls here rounding out the class. A deeper sided bull of the pair here as he goes out a little deeper there through that rear rib and flank. I'd like to make him just get out and go a little bit further off that front end. Same can be said that the bull that rounds out the class, really good in his lines and long and level. Just like to soften him up and make him just go a little bit better out of that front end.
Well, congratulations over here in the Shorthorn ring. Results out of Class 5 early spring bull calves. First place exhibited by back number 60392. That's CSF KSS trademark 1872, exhibited by Cornerstone Farms, Winchester, Indiana. Second place in that class will go to Keegan McGrew of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Third place exhibited by Caitlin Moffitt, Indianola, Iowa. Fourth place and congratulations will go to Jacqueline Callie Prochaska of Glencoe, Oklahoma. And fifth place will go to Olivia Wampole. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in, select the champion reserve in your early spring bull calf division.
Well, in the Maine yearling division here, we have a close pair of cattle, and there's some trade-offs, and I could justify using either heifer, but I'm going to use a real long-sided feminine female that's, if anything, she's just almost a little too refined up through her neck and head, but boy, she's long-bodied, and when she wants to get out and walk, she moves okay. She kind of wants to soul up and doesn't want to move out like you'd like her to, but I think she's good and useful enough in her kind. I definitely think she's the leaner of the two pair of heifers, and I just like the way her body's constructed and the way she comes out of her top and into her hip a bit better than the heifer that's maybe a little stouter in two. I would change her in her teat department. They're kind of gathered up a little bit, and I'd change that slightly. Muscular kind of heifer in two. Young man's got a stout one, and I like that about her. I like her strength, and I like the way she comes to the ground a bit better than the heifer right behind her. There's a lot of power in this heifer. She looks like she could raise herd bulls. It's a good kind of female. Gets a little weaker in her top, and that's where I'd change her. I give her just a little different construction as we look at her hip and the way her tailhead comes up. Just like to set that in her just ever so slightly. Heifer that has some muscle and some shape, and the young lady's done a very nice job of showing her in three. And when you watch her walk off her hind two, that's where she gets in trouble with me. But there's some quality in this heifer in the way she's made, the way the muscle sets into her hip. I like that quite well. Two remaining heifers are a little different. The black baldy heifer, I'd like to change her foot. She's really big-bodied, long-sided. I like that about her. Heifer that completes the class is just getting a little too over-conditioned, but that's a good wide-base kind of a heifer.
Well, here in our division lineup for our bulls over here on the Shorthorn side, I think a really nice pair of class winners, and I think in terms of design and in depth of body and that softness of look, I think they're both comparable in their own right, and I think amongst them then too there's some give and take, but for me I think the bull that just ties it all together just a little bit smoother and is a little bit neater at the ground and in his joint work will be our white bull out of our first class. He'll be our division champion. Young lady out of our second will be reserved.
Well, congratulations. Back in the Shorthorn ring, your early spring bull calf champion will go to back number 60392. That's Correction on that. That was reserve. Your champion is back number 60387. That's CF Great White Hype 372 PWET, exhibited by Kate's Farms, Modoc, Indiana. Reserve champion. We'll go to back number 30392. That was CSF KSS trademark 1872, exhibited by Cornerstone Farms, Winchester, Indiana. We're now going to bring in Class 8 Junior Bull Calves over here in the Shorthorn ring. Back over to the Main-Anjou ring. Results out of Class 27. First place went to back number 40374. That's KBSC Cali ET, exhibited by Avery Belcher of Blakesburg, Iowa. Second place in that class, exhibited by Reed Schumacher. Third place will go to Kennedy Lockhart. Fourth place, exhibited by Scott Swanick. And fifth place, and congratulations, went to Robert Owen Searles. Now in the ring, your first and seconds to select a summer yearling heifer champion and reserve.
Well, in this yearling division in the main show, again, a foursome of heifers that are very useful. Let's put our hands together and thank these young exhibitors, and I'll pick your champion. I think there's a lot of quality in both the heifers that win their class, and they're going to be your champion in reserve, kind of like in the last deal. I think they're the ones that maybe are similar, and their build's right, and their construction's right, and their length of side is neat, and they're attractive. The younger man, the young man's heifer is probably just a little stronger in her makeup. Get behind her, there's just a little more power in her. They're very similar, though, when you get past that. The younger heifer's just a little stronger in her makeup, and the more refined heifer's a bit more feminine that's behind her. But, boy, they're good, useful cattle. The young man wins, and the young lady will be reserved. Congratulations to both of you. Good job. We'll do it bad. How about that?
Well, congratulations, your summer yearling heifer champion over here in ring 1. Coming out of class 26, that was SPLR Blackberry 56K, exhibited by Coy Moonin of Glencoe, Oklahoma. Reserve champion will come out of class 27. Congratulations, Avery Belcher of Blakesburg, Iowa. We're now going to welcome in your final division here in our Main-Anjou Junior Show. First class in the ring, class 28. These are Main-Anjou late spring yearling heifers born April of 22.
Really a nice class of bulls here on our Shorthorn side, and a pretty easy place for me to start. I think a bull that's tremendously good in terms of quality and design, and he's really complete. That's where he stands out. He's super fault-free in terms of his overall design and smoothness. He's good in terms of his structure. He's good in terms of his muscle and density as well in body. When we get him set in motion, he gets out and goes and just does so and looks so smooth in everything he does. Really think that one's really complete here going out to lead the class. The bull here next in second, a big, robust, deep-sided, thick-ended bull. You like an awful lot of things about him, and he's got some pieces that are really intriguing in terms of his overall stoutness and performance that he has. Just in comparison to our class winner, he doesn't tie everything together quite as smoothly. He's a little more open in his shoulder, but one that's certainly got some performance, some stoutness, and some breeding potential there as well. A pair of bulls that you could flip back and forth if you wanted to, and I wouldn't argue too terribly hard with you. A bull here that I chose to go in third. I just prefer his depth of body and his rib shape that he has. I think he just carries that back just a little bit better there through his rear rib and flank, but a bull that's got a tremendous amount of depth of body and performance there as well. Really a good-looking bull here to round out the class. Tremendously long-fronted. He's good down his top. I just like to lay him back in the slope to his shoulder and maybe just give him a little more depth of body there to get him over that other one today. Really a nice set of bulls, complete individual to lead off that class.
In this pair of April Maine heifers in the yearling division, I'm going to leave them just as they came in. The heifer that doesn't have a calf on her, I think there's just a little more quality in her structure. I like the way, or I prefer the way she moves off her hind two. She does get just a little plainer headed, just a little flatter jawed, and maybe that's where I change her. It really doesn't go with the rest of the heifer because this heifer has a lot of substance and strength and stoutness, and just like to change her head slightly. The young pair that's obviously calved really early, the cow's got a nice udder, and she's got a very nice heifer calf. I'd like to change the way she moves off her hind two when you watch her walk, and that's where she gets in trouble with me. Obviously, she's very fertile and calved really early, but a nice pair to complete the class.
Well, congratulations back in the Shorthorn ring, your junior bull calf champion. We'll go to back number 60398. That's NF Find Out ET, exhibited by Kendall Nelson of Seneca, Illinois. Reserve in that division will go to Cooper Hetrick of Fremont, Ohio, with maximum payday 1206. Third place in that class will go to Hugh Moore Jr. and Sons, and fourth place and congratulations to Benjamin Allen. Now in the ring, class 11, these will be winner bull calves. Back over the Main-Anjou ring, results out of class 28. First place went to back number 40382. That was exhibited by Clara Cross with CGC, So Sweet Hazel 3KET. And second place, exhibited by Rebecca Purvine of Fay, Oklahoma. We're now going to welcome in class 29. These will be Main-Anjou early spring yearling heifers born March of 22.
We're here in our late fall bull calves. Really a nice bull here to lead off the class, and comes to the top for me in terms of his overall completeness, and I think he has an advantage in depth of body. And just when you line him up, he's smooth the way he transitions from his shoulder back into his forerib. He's the squarest out of his hip, and the way he handles to the ground. A logical place to start for me here in this class. The bull here that comes in second, really a good looking individual. He's tremendously long up through that front end. He's really good in his lines, and he's long and level down that top. This is when we compare him back to our class winner. He's maybe not as good there in his knee. I'd like to maybe deepen him there through the center portion of his body as well to get him over that other bull today. Young man's bull here coming next in third. I think one that's got some depth aside and some attractiveness up through that front end. If we compare him to the other bulls today, he just simply lacks in performance to go ahead of those other two.
Well, congratulations over here in the Shorthorn ring. Results out of your winter bull calf class. Congratulations. First place will go to back number 60407. That's CLK EVO Shield 61 KET, exhibited by Dason Cash and Carter Cornegie, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Second place in that class will go to Kimberly Holland of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. And third place, and congratulations, go to Melinda Bush of Guthrie, Oklahoma. We're now going to welcome in Class 12. These will be senior bull calves.
Well, here in our fall or in our September, October bulls, I think a bull logical place to start here in terms of his overall design and muscle shape and smoothness that he has is all of you can see when you get him stopped on the profile like that. Certainly good in terms of the depth of body and ring presence that he has. He's masculine up through that front end. He's deep-sided. He's big-hipped and got a good hind leg. Really like that bull from a design standpoint. If I'm going to pick on him slightly, and as you watch him come at you, he wants to toe out and maybe not quite be 100% true on that front end, but I think a bull that offers an awful lot of good just in terms of design and muscle and the look that he possesses. The bull here coming next in second, I like a lot of things about as well. I think he has an advantage over the bull in third. The way he is, he's got a little bit more shape through that hip and lower quarter. He handles himself there just the way he gets out and go off of his shoulder better than the bull in third. But I think a really good functional kind of breeding bull here to go in second. I think he certainly will be a breeding piece to use as well. The bull here rounding out in third, I think a big framed, long level top bull. Like I said, where I compare him to the bull ahead of him, I'd like to give him a little bit more punch there in that hip and carry that down through his stifle. But I think a really long-sided, deep-sided bull that's got some look and some length as well.
Well, another very good class, Maine heifers over here, and there's some differences, and there's some things you can say very favorable about any one of the three that I have remaining here. The heifer that leads is a little more my kind. She's just so neat and attractive in the way she's put together. She's fresh. She's just a very nice kind of a more moderate frame female as we compare her to those next actual three heifers behind her. When you want to nitpick, when you watch her walk towards the front of you, she's just a touch pigeon-toed. It's not a big problem. It's just something that you see. But I like her for her freshness, her completeness. She's going to make a very neat kind of critter, I think, as she becomes a young cow. Obviously, she's not as stout, not as long, and not as massive as the next actual three heifers. The young lady's heifer in two is really strong in her makeup. Very desirable outer hip and off her hind leg. She's got a crack in her front foot, and that's where I'd like to change her just a touch there. I hope that doesn't end up hindering her later in life, but that's a strong-made kind of a female that's stout and massive in her construction. I think her structure gets her there. She's very useful in her kind. Heifer in three is probably carrying a little more condition than I'd like, and I think if you could freshen her up just a touch, that's a lot of heifer. There's a lot of heifer there, long-bodied, freewheeling, and just a good massive kind of a female that has a lot of quality to her. Same holds true for the young man in the cowboy hat. Just a good, useful kind of a female out as he turns around. His structure, her balance gets her up there where she is versus a young man moving out now. That's a good heifer, but when she gets in motion, I'd like to change her off her hind two. Then she gets in the hunt. She can move up a few notches if we could do that. Two remaining heifers are just very useful kind of cattle. They're in very tough kind of a class. Let's give them a round of applause. A nice class of bred heifers.
Well, congratulations back in the Shorthorn ring. Results out of Class 12 Senior Bull Calves. First place exhibited by Kate's Farms and Simon's Farms with SF Logic X. Second place in that class went to Peakview Ranch Incorporated. And third place exhibited by Cooper Laurie. Back over in the main ring, results out of Class 29. First place exhibited by Kelton Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma with BBR Curdy 826K. Second place in that class will go to Hadley Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. Third place exhibited by Kennedy Kaufman of Hitchcock, Texas. Fourth place and congratulations, Parker Lockhart. Fifth place will go to Austin Hunker. Sixth place and congratulations, Lena Danielson. Seventh place exhibited by Gage Pinkins. Now in the ring, your final class of Main-Anjou Junior Females.
Well, here in our senior bull calf division, once again, not a lot of numbers, but I think certainly bulls that have some quality and some breeding potential, and for you as breeders to use and utilize in your programs as you see fit. For me today, I think there's a pair of bulls that's maybe a little further along in terms of body volume and density and some muscle shape and just that overall look will be our pair of bulls out of our second class. They'll be our champion in reserve in this division.
Well, this young man completes this part of the show with a really nice, neat yearling May heifer, or my February heifer, excuse me. But I think as she's a little more in her working clothes, she's a little leaner. But I think if you look at her, the way she's made very level. She's proportioned very well. Her teats are just a bit small and a little bit close together. May like to spread them out a little bit if we could. But I think as this heifer matures, you're going to like the structure that she has.
Well, congratulations in the Shorthorn ring. Results out of that last division. Your champion will go to Kate's Farms and Simon Farms with CF Logic X. Reserve champion in that division, exhibited by Peakview Ranch Incorporated of Fowler, Colorado. We're now going to bring in Class 15. This will also be your intermediate champion bull. Back over the Main-Anjou ring, results of Class 30, first place, exhibited by Hollis Driscoll of Stillwater, Oklahoma, with LJR Miss Mercy 848K. We're now going to bring in those first and second selected champion reserve in our final division.
Well, here in our intermediate division, certainly a high quality individual as we get him out here, and can certainly stand some competition from a design standpoint. This bull's got an awful lot of things that you really like. He's long and masculine up through that front end. He transitions so smooth from his shoulder back into his forerib, and got some depth of body, and he's really long and level out of that hip and comes down to that really appealing hind leg. From a design standpoint, you really like him. Just that profile and show ring look that he has as well. When we get him in motion, he maybe wants to get just a shot shorter strided and doesn't want to quite meet that track. But I think, like I said, certainly can stand some competition from a design standpoint. Really appealing in terms of that profile.
Well, congratulations in Class 15. This is also your intermediate champion bull, going to back number 60412. That's Hunt's Ace in the Hole 242 KET, exhibited by Mitchell Hunter. We're now going to bring in Class 18. This will also be your junior bull division.
Well, in this final division in the main show, again, maybe not quite as deep maybe as we had in those calves, but very much high quality. The heifer the young lady won the first class with, that's just a good, solid female. I believe she's an April, just very level in the way she's put together, very strong in her makeup. I like her kind, as well as the young female that's with the calf there beside her, nice, useful cattle. I think the strength probably lies, though, in the next two from that second class. The heifer that is in the middle of this lineup is extremely neat and attractive and properly presented as far as her condition. I like that about her as well. Heifer that was second to her, strong in her makeup. I said we could change a little bit about her foot, maybe on both of them, just a little bit up front, but two high quality kind of cattle. Then a yearling heifer that's a bit more in her working clothes. It's maybe just maybe like to see her a little broodier, a little further along condition wise, a little more in her working clothes, but a useful critter. The two from come out of that second class will be your champion and in reserve in this division. Congratulations to both of you. Good job. Thank you, sir.
Well, congratulations in our final division in your junior Main-Anjou female show, your junior yearling champion. We'll go to back number 40385. That's a BBR Curdy 826K, exhibited by Kelton Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Reserve champion that division, coming out of the same class. Congratulations, Hadley Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. Well, we'll get the ring cleared over here in ring one. We're going to get started with your grand drive in our junior Main-Anjou female show here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Really an outstanding pair of bulls here in our junior division, and I think both of them tremendously useful and good in terms of breeding potential and how you want to use them. And they're different in terms of type and kind, but I think between the two of them, they certainly offer some tools and some things to use in programs that can certainly benefit a lot of people. And the red and white bull, in my mind, is that, he suits me in terms of kind. I like this bull and the way how smooth he's built, how complete he is. He's sound. He's transitions from that shoulder back into his forerib really well. From a profile, he just outstanding in terms of that look and that body and the way he carries down through that hip and hind leg. And then when we set him in motion, he's sound and gets out and goes and still maintains that balance as well when he's moving around the ring. The bull here in second, I think, is tremendous in terms of power and actual width and muscle dimension, and that forearm is so strong in him, and he's big topped and he's thick ended. I think just overwhelming in terms of power, and that works a little bit to his disadvantage in here. With all that power, he doesn't get out and go with as much ease and comfort off either end. I think, though, a bull that certainly offers a lot of good in terms of that power and performance in a breeding program.
Well, before we return back to our grand drive over here in Ring 1, back over to Ring 2, results out of your junior champion bull division. Your champion going to back number 60419. That will be BFLCCC. AFLC Direct Deposit 2254 ET, exhibited by Armstrong Farm and Little Cedar Cattle Co. Also, the Bullum family. Reserve in that division, and congratulations, Madeline Rankin, Centerville, Pennsylvania. We're now going to welcome in Class 21. These are senior yearling bulls. Well, for those of you joining us here in the Jim Norick Arena, currently in Ring 1, we have all your division champion reserves. To select a champion reserve, junior Main-Anjou female. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for all the junior main exhibitors here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Also, while we've got your hands together and you're warmed up, let's put a big thank you together for Mr. Kevin Jensen, Cortland, Kansas, for joining us here in Oklahoma City.
One other single entry here on our Shorthorn side, and a bull that can certainly stand some competition. I like the way he is and that extension that he has up through that front end, tremendously deep-sided and just good. As you get him out here, he has a really good outline. He wants to slope a little bit from hooks to pins, but his silhouette is good. Certainly one that can certainly stand some competition.
Well, first of all, as we get ready to pick the champion Maine heifer, folks, let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause. It's been a very good show. As I said a couple of days ago when I was judging, our condolences to the Callahan family. We know and we're with them all. I'm sure we're all with them today and tomorrow and forever as we recover from our loss. But condolences to the family. The champion lineup is kind of just what we've seen all day. The classes have been superb. Depth with a lot of quality and a lot of nice ones. And in fact, I would say of the three main shows that I've judged, this one is the strongest with the most quality. Hats off to you. It's very, very nice to look at this many really good ones. Thanks for the crew that's put on the show and all the folks here at the Cattlemen's Classic. Very, very well run and very well orchestrated, and it's fun to come and judge an event like this. The champions, I think I've talked enough about them. There's some things you maybe could twink about them that would be ever so slightly, really kind of be wrong to be negative about them. I have two I'm going to use. I'm going to put them in your champion lineup right now. Congratulations to all of you. Should be champion.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion, Main-Anjou female, in your junior show at the Cattlemen's Congress. McLeay Gensini with TJSC Miss Harmony 9LET. And congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion, coming out of our final division, Kelton Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma, with BBR Curdy 826K. Well, again, congratulations to all of the junior main exhibitors, and again, a special thank you to our judge, Mr. Kevin Jensen, Cortland, Kansas.
Well, here in our final class on our Shorthorn Bull side, I think a pretty logical place to start for me with these big bulls, all tremendously good quality, but the one that leads off for me, just an overall completeness and smoothness as we've kept the trend going throughout the day. That's a big thing for me. I think this bull has a good design. He transitions really smoothly. He's big-hipped, and then when he gets out and goes, he's the most athletic and most comfortable moving around the ring here amongst the three. The bull here that follows him next in second is the most similar in terms of type and kind, and where I think he has an advantage over the bull in third is the way he handles his hind leg. He's more comfortable there in his hock. He sets down with more ease and flexibility off of his on his rear pasterns. Just a bull that gets out and goes and pretty athletic. He's not quite as big-hipped and thick-ended as the bull that leads out the class, but I think a good functional one as well. Big, stout, powerful bull here coming next in third. Do you like that about him? He's long and level down his top, and he's wide. I just like to change the way that he handles and sets down on that hock and rear pastern to get him over the other two today.
Well, congratulations in ring 2, your Shorthorn ring. Results out of our final class of Shorthorn bulls. First place went to back number 60422. That's NF Turning Point, exhibited by Kendall Nilsson and Ryan Wernick of Lena, Illinois. Second place in that class will go to Dason Cash and Pfizer pulled Shorthorns of Plains, Kansas. Third place, and congratulations, Justin Fox. We're now going to welcome in your first and seconds out of our final division. We'll select the champion reserve before the grand drive.
Well, here in our final division here, once again, not a lot of numbers, but tremendous quality. And as we get these three bulls back out here, in my mind, there's a pair that goes together really well, just in terms of movement and design and the way they handle themselves going around the ring. That'll be our pair of bulls out of our second class. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, your champion and reserve out of our final division coming from class 22, 2-year-old bulls. Your champion will go to NF Turning Point, exhibited by Kendall Nelson and Ryan Wernick of Lena, Illinois. And reserve champion, congratulations, go to Pfizer Pulled Shorthorns and Dason Cash. We're going to get the ring cleared in ring 2. We'll get started with your grand drive of your Shorthorn Bull Show. Back over in ring 1, we're going to get started with your open Main-Anjou female show. Welcoming back to the ring, Mr. Will Core.
As we get started here in your open Main-Anjou show, definitely a pair of high-quality heifers here. And the young lady's female, I realize that she's outpowered and outmassed, but I think there's just so much more quality in terms of her build, in terms of how her skeleton's designed. We asked those cattle to make that lap. She's definitely the more athletic heifer that can get out and cover ground and do so very easily. One that's still feminine and good in her look. And like I said, the calf in 2, I realize she's the stout, powerful, more performance-oriented one. To me, I'd like to lay that one shoulder back on her rib cage, make her a shot more agile out of the front end of her skeleton. Definitely, like I said, we have to appreciate her power. A very nice pair there to get us started.
Well, congratulations over in the main ring. We've gotten started with your open female show. First place will go to back number 40398. That was Min Lizzie 331L, exhibited by Jace Blacher of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. Second place in that class. Correction on that. First place in that class exhibited by Grace Raymond, and second place in that class will go to Jace Blacher. Now in the ring is class 32. These are Main-Anjou spring heifer calves, born April of 23. Well, back over in the Shorthorn ring, we've got all of your division champions and reserves into the ring to select a grand and reserve grand champion. Shorthorn Bull here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for all the bull exhibitors in our Shorthorn show today.
Well, what an outstanding lineup here in your purebred Shorthorn Bull Show, and it's been a lot of fun to sort through these, and you can certainly tell the quality of this lineup from end to end, and as a beef industry, I think we've done an outstanding job, not just in any particular breed, but making cattle efficient and cattle that are sound and profitable breeding tools for so many people and operations, and they can raise cattle, whether it be going into the show ring or some sort of performance or fed cattle or anything, and we've done an awesome job as an industry of making cattle that are useful in that way. And I think a lot of these bulls out here, represent cattle that can go and they can breed and they can raise cattle that are efficient and certainly can smash down the scales in an efficient way. And I think that these bulls, and a lot of them out here, are tremendously complete. And I think there's some muscle shape and there's some soundness as well, and so they offer some tremendous breeding tools as a whole, and so you as breeders certainly should be commended. In my opinion, I think there's a couple bulls that pair up really well in terms of type and kind and body volume and design. I'm going to go show you those two that I like here. But let's give these breeders a round of applause for an awesome bull lineup.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion Shorthorn Bull here at the Cattlemen's Congress will go to BFS LCC CAFLC Direct Deposit 2254 ET, exhibited by the Bullen family, Little Cedar Cattle Co. and Armstrong Farms. And congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion will come from your Junior Bull Calf Division. That's NF Find Out ET, bred and owned by Kendall Nelson of Seneca, Illinois. Again, congratulations, all of those exhibitors. We're going to head to the backdrop over here in the Shorthorn ring. We'll return back with your Shorthorn female show.
Get out here in this particular class of high mains, and I apologize for taking a little extra time, but to be honest, they're deserving of it. And when I say that, I say we're going to get down to the nitty-gritty and really describe these animals. I'm not asking you to agree with me. I'm just asking you to listen to me and let me tell you what I see. When these cattle made that final walk, this one right here, the first critic that raises his hand and says that that one has a little throat, hey, I don't care, because from there back, that one is built how I want to build cattle at home. So loose in her spine, and that just allows her to be so agile as we ask the cattle to go. That thing's hip and hind leg and how it's constructed and how she uses it, I think is absolutely 100. And then as you dive in on the cattle and really step in, I feel like that this one has so much more genuine body than the calf in 2, and that's where she gets the nod. Like I said, not a rope neck, wild looking one, but one that's still smooth and right about the shape of her neck, and in my opinion, the one that's built the best, especially about her shoulder. The calf in 2 is the one that hit me hard when they come in, right? I mean, she's fresh about her head, her neck, her chest. Everything reads so balanced, so good. She's a big featured type of cattle that's big-footed, big-legged, and one that definitely has some unique pieces. When you step in on the cattle and you start to really ask yourself how much animal is there, you know, I ask myself, is there enough true forerib, heart, and rear flank there today to, you know, swallow that one in front of her? And I think that's the decision. I love that female in terms of her build, especially in the rear part of her skeleton. You can maybe call her out for being a little open right there at the top side of her shoulder, but that also allows her to have all that added power. The young lady's calf in 3 is absolutely the one that is at 12 o'clock today and is ready to roll. And from her shoulder back, I love what she represents. She actually has a better turn and shape to her rib cage than the calf in 2, one that's extremely long, square, and powerful out of her hip. For me, I ask myself, is she going to just stay sound enough and sleek enough out of her shoulder? You kind of pushing a little bit right there in front of that blade. I would like to just lay her knee back in her and allow her to get out and go a shot better out of her front end build, but that is an awesome bodied, awesome hipped one that is very, very high quality. The calf in 4, I absolutely love her smoothness. You talk about one that in terms of the smoothness of her blade is laid right on her framework, so good in her forerib all the way back through the center part of her cage, one that's extremely balanced. She proportions very well also. For me, in that final 4, she became the most concerning in terms of her front end build. I'd like to lay that knee back up under her and just see her get out of that front end with a shot more reach. The calf here in 5 is one that's extremely intriguing. You step at the 3/4 view and this animal is extremely expressive in terms of the roundness of her cage, in terms of her pin set all the way down through her underpinning there. That calf to me became a little concerning in terms of how she hits the ground from behind, and maybe with all that added power, a little bit rounder about the shape of her lower shoulder down and into her chest. The calf coming next, when this young lady here gets her stopped and put together, can definitely give you a look. I'm sure when she loaded this calf, she never imagined being this far down, and quite honestly, I wouldn't either. Extremely high quality one, actually uses her hind leg very well. For me personally, that one's just got a little too much juice on her. I'd like to peel her back in her condition and make her more attractive about her chest. The young lady's calf that comes next, big pieces, stout, burly, wide, certainly one that's very intriguing. For me, I'd like to blend all those pieces together just a shot better, make her shoulder and her forerib and her heart a shot smoother, but definitely one that has some very, very unique things that she brings to the table. The red one that rounds us out. Guys, this is still a good animal. Big-bodied, easy keeping, definitely going to be a low-maintenance type of a cow that still has stoutness and power. For me, she kind of fell out of balance a little. Maybe we'd like to just clean her up and give her a shot more look up front, but definitely a class that was fun to sort, fun to talk.
Well, congratulations in our second class, the Spring Heifer Calves. First place here in the Open Main-Anjou show. We'll go to back number 40418. That's BKVC. Let's roll 309 LET, exhibited by Trip Lewis, Wynnewood, Oklahoma. Second place and congratulations go to Keegan Steck of Woodstock, Minnesota. Third place in that class, and congratulations, Ella Weldon, Piedmont, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to Ashlyn Moole of Lexington, Illinois. Fifth place, exhibited by Laramie Duncan of Bonham, Texas. Sixth place, exhibited by Brecken Scruggs of Ardmore, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to Landry Kirkpatrick of Poolville, Texas. Eighth place in that class will go to Neely Davis of Wheeler, Texas. Now in the ring, your final class is Spring Heifer Calves here in your Open Main-Anjou show.
Another really good class here, and we get into some of these marches, and this white switched heifer, in my opinion, is the combination cattle within this particular class. You talk about one that's right in terms of her frame size and so massive in terms of her body, one that's still extremely stout and opened up. I think she has a distinct advantage over the heifer in two in terms of where her shoulders laid onto her skeleton. I think she's more ideal in her knee and how she travels out of her front end. I'll be the first to tell you I'd like to pull her back just ever so slightly in her condition, but that is a round, powerful, robust animal right through the center part of her body. The calf in two has some absolute big league pieces. This white flank female, when this young lady can get her settled in and get her loin down, she can give you that look that just draws you win. For me, you study that one's hip design. She's maybe a little lower in her pin set, maybe a calf that we'd like to shift her back in her blade and just allow her to get out of her front end. But when that calf's put together and those pieces are put together, that definitely can be a high-end animal. The calf in 3, when she came in, she was the first heifer in, and from the side, I love this one. High tie-in, cool looking, big bodied, and certainly one that everything kind of fits together. When I step in behind the cattle, I wish there was a shot more animal there, and then as we really studying them and breaking them down, she's kind of putting her weight on the outside of her hoof wall, kind of pushing that hock outside of her framework ever so slightly, but definitely one that I feel like has some very high-end type pieces. The wife-linked heifer that comes next, maybe a little bit shorter coupled type of an animal, and when she's parked, she can definitely give you the look that we're after in terms of her body and how everything fits. For me, I would just like to loosen her up. She comes to us a little shorter and rounder there in her hip design, maybe just a little tighter also in how she's designed there in her hip and hind leg. Young lady's calf coming next, still big-bodied, easy keeping type of cattle. Just a female for me that I would like to loosen up and see her go better.
Well, congratulations. In our final class is spring heifer calves over here in your main ring. First place will go to VKMBSB Lucky Break 310 LET, exhibited by Cato Craft of Anadarko, Oklahoma. Second place in that class will go to Coy Moonin of Glencoe, Oklahoma. Third place exhibited by Clara Cross. Fourth place will go to Kaylee Jennings, and fifth place, and congratulations, Liberty Hayes. We're now going to welcome in those first and seconds. We'll select the champion reserve, junior heifer calf.
Well, here as we start off our Shorthorn Heifer show, certainly been excited to get to this point, and what a really good class of June heifer calves to start with. And I think the one that starts for me certainly does so from a structural standpoint, and she's the most correct on her feet and legs. You like the youthfulness and the attractiveness up through her front end, and when we set her in motion, she gets out and goes, she reaches out off both ends. She's the most relaxed in her top when she gets out and goes. Certainly like that about her a great deal. The heifer here coming next in second is really striking from a side view profile. Excellent up through that front end. She's got some depth through the center portion of her body. She's not quite relaxed out here in the ring quite yet, but I think certainly one that's got some pieces to have a bright future ahead of her. I'd like to set her down in that top here to get her any further today. Young man's heifer here coming next. I think another one that's attractive from a profile, really elegant up through that front end, long and level through her hip. She gets a little bit straighter and more upright in the slope to that shoulder when we set her in motion. I'd like to soften her down in the center portion of that body.
Well, congratulations in the Shorthorn ring. Starting out your female show, first place will go to back number 60437, exhibited by Talia Ferguson Sanders of Chickasha, Oklahoma. Second place will go to Madeline Berg, Osage, Iowa. And third place will go to Ryder Heater of Raymond, Kansas.
We get out here in this first division, and I'll be honest, these first couple of classes here blew me away. This show here for these heifers has been extremely deep and extremely good. I'm very, very pleased with what we have back out here to pick from, and taking nothing away from the young lady with the June calf up front. That one has a lot of quality, but in my personal opinion, it kind of comes down to these final four out here, the first and seconds out of these last two classes. The calf here that won the second class, the middle one here, won that class by just being so good in terms of her build. I love that one's smoothness and how everything fits. So massive in her body, but still fresh in her condition. I realize she's got a little throat, but I guess that doesn't bother me me too much at all. When we can build them like that from their shoulder back, I guess I like a lot of things about them. I realize as we compare it to the heifer right behind her, you can criticize her today, maybe needing to be opened up right there in her forerib and just have a shot more punch, but I still remind myself we're early in the game. The white switched heifer is one that is just overwhelming. There's no doubt about it, and I say that in a good way, because when you can build this type of cattle that massive in their body, that stout out of their hip, and they still move the way that one does, it gets pretty fun. There's no other way to describe it, in my opinion. That one is an extremely unique animal. I think it's extremely close, even with the seconds considered. We talked about those respective seconds and how high end I thought they were within those classes. I think it's a very close decision. I think you can go either way. I'm a little bit more settled on one of them today, and I promise I'll be watching this pair down the road just to see how they mature and how they turn out, and see whether I was right or not. With that being said, let's give them a big round of applause. I'll go show you the two that I like the best.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 1. Results out of your first division in our open Main-Anjou female show. Your champion will go to Cato Craft and Darko, Oklahoma, with BK MBSB Lucky Break 310 LET. Reserve champion and congratulations goes to BKVC Let's Roll 309 LET, exhibited by Trip Lewis of Wynnewood, Oklahoma. We're now going to welcome in Class 34. This will also be a division. This will be Junior Heifer Calves Division 2.
Really a nice set of heifers here from end to end in our May class, and as you sort through them, and I'm certain that at different times there'll be some give and take on down the line and in this group of heifers, but I think for me the logical place to start, and like I've been talking all day, the complete one in my mind. She's good in terms of her structure, she's big bodied, she's good in her lines, she gives you a nice balanced look, just a heifer that doesn't blow you away in any one way, but she's really good in a lot of ways. So a heifer there that is certainly complete in my mind. Young man's heifer here coming next, I think certainly one that's got an awful bright future. I think some things in this heifer, and she settles down the longer that she's out here. When she first came in, she didn't like the stick, but I think that one's super good in her build from the ground up. Her hind leg is really appealing. She's got some length and extension up through that front end. Maybe not the overall depth of body as our class winner, but I think one that's got a tremendous future. She's really loose in her build. She's really attractive there. I think she's going to have better days to come. Young man's heifer here coming next, another one that's striking in terms of her design. She's good up through that front end. She's smooth through her shoulder. I like this heifer when she's on the stand. She's maybe not as loosely constructed as the heifer that goes out ahead of her, and that's where I think that the previous one has an advantage. but I certainly like the overall design that this heifer has. Just going to have a bright future as well. The young man's heifer here again is much like the one that just goes out ahead of her. I think tremendously good up through that front end. She's got some depth of body and some presence here in the ring. She doesn't handle that rear hock with as much strength and stability. She wants to just get out on it a little bit more than the heifers ahead of her, but certainly striking from a profile standpoint as well. Young lady's heifer here rounding out the class. Another one that's really good and level in her lines. She's good in her profile. Just when we set her in motion, she's more straight and upright in that shoulder. I'd like to set that back a little more to get her any higher today.
Get out here in these January, Februaries, and this will serve as your automatic division, and these two individuals are deserving of the division. To be quite honest, young lady's calf, I think, is one that can just absolutely swallow you. You step in front of her and you jump out of the way right quick, because that one is big and bold and massive. I think where she has the decided advantage is in terms of her hip design. She's so much squarer and truer in terms of her pin set than the calf that we have in two. When you put that type of mass, that type of power on a skeleton that can still move the way that one does, it gets fun. The black and white heifer here in two, taking nothing away from you, man, because this heifer is extremely high end, and I would be interested to see what this one can raise down the road, because 9 times out of 10, when their throat latch and their chest are that tiny and that tucked up into them, they're usually not that round about their body and that stout and opened up. And I think that's what makes her so unique. With all that, like I said, we get a little rounder in our pin set, maybe one that we'd like to see her just a shot bigger in her size also, but a very, very unique female. Of the remaining 3 cattle, I thought the young man's calf was the one that was the smoothest and the most correct in terms of her build. Brings that neck ultra high there out the top side of her shoulder, one that's very nice, and we just need more bells and whistles to compete with those initial 2. Maybe we'd just like to just explode her and open her up right out the back side of her elbow. Young lady's calf here in 4, round bodied, really good through the center part of her cage. We've just got to tweak that one structurally. And then the young lady's calf that's going to round us out, maybe a little bit more compacted up front in terms of her neck length and shape. Still a stout that has plenty of power. A very, very nice class there. Congratulations to them.
Well, back over to the Shorthorn ring. Results out of Class 2 late spring heifer calves. First place went to back number 60445. That's BWR Jillian May ET, exhibited by McKenna Broutwer of Green, Iowa. Second place in that class will go to Drake Penrod of Jonesboro, Illinois, with SN Yo's Lighthouse 3103. Third place in that class, exhibited by Maddox Reedy of Tuscola, Illinois. Fourth place, exhibited by Mitchell Hunter. Fifth place, exhibited by Talia Ferguson Sanders. Now in the ring is Class 3. These are late spring heifer calves before the division. Back over to the open main show. Results out of Class 34 in your second division of junior heifer calves. Champion goes to TJSC Miss Harmony 911 ET, exhibited by McClay Gensini. Reserve in that division, and congratulations, Brett Pembroke, Fairview, Oklahoma, with LLL Lux 101L. Third place, and congratulations, Reed Schumacher of Columbus Grove, Ohio. Fourth place was exhibited by Madison McGee, and fifth place went to Lillian Christian. We're now going to welcome in your next division. This will be Class 35, Main-Anjou winter heifer calves, born November to December of 22.
Well, another really deep class of May heifers here, and the red heifer comes to the top fairly easily in my mind, or a pair of heifers that come to the top fairly easily for me. I think one that's tremendously maternal in her overall build and that depth of body and smoothness that she has out of that shoulder and the way she transitions back into her forerib and flank. I think one that certainly has just an outstanding profile as we get off to the side of her. Really a nice complete female to start there. I think she has an advantage over the heifer in second just in terms of that length from hooks to pins. I think she's a little squarer there, and she's maybe just a little more dense in terms of that body and the way she carries through that lower portion of her body, but that's not taking anything away from the heifer here in second. I like the youthfulness and attractiveness of this heifer. When she gets out and goes, she certainly gets around the ring with plenty of ease and comfort. I think another one that's got a bright future ahead of her as well. Young lady's heifer here next that comes in third. Certainly one that I like that attractive look and that youthfulness and elegance that she has up through that front end. She's really smooth, and the way she transitions, she's awesome in her lines. Maybe doesn't have the bone and the substance there in terms of her foot and bone work as the heifer's ahead of her, but I think one that's tremendously good and complete, and I like that freshness and the youthfulness that she has, and she has an advantage over the heifer here in fourth in terms of that. I think the heifer here in fourth is good in terms of her performance and body and volume as well. She's thick-ended and she's big-hipped and stout-boned. I just like to tone that one down in terms of the overall. She's just a little bit further along in terms of condition and maturity at this point in comparison to the heifers on either side of her. Heifer here coming next, another one, and she gets in a really good class as well. She can certainly stand some competition, and I do like this one in terms of her design and that length of hip as well. I just like to soften her up in the center portion of her body as compared to the heifers that go out ahead of her. Another really nice heifer here. She's elegant up through that front end. She's deep through the center portion of that body. Just maybe lacks some of the performance of the heifers ahead of her here today.
We get into these Novembers here, and the young lady's calf that's going to win, I think she wins at the ground. When we watch these cattle get out and go, she's the one that's the squarest and the truest in terms of how her foot meets the dirt. One that's very, very good in terms of her balance and how everything pieces together as we work our way up there. One that's extremely stout and opened up as well. The calf here in two is one that has some very, very intriguing pieces. She's a long neck, tight-throated, very good chested one that's still very powerful as we step in behind the cattle. I'd like to see her just get out and go just a shot better there off of her rear two, and if we do that, I think that pair can get very, very close. The young lady here in three is one that, bottom line, just got outmassed today. Still a female that's good in her line, still an ultra good looking one about her head, neck, and chest. We just need more of that animal, but a very, very nice trio there.
Well, here in our first division of our Shorthorn heifers, I think once again a really good lineup and tremendous in terms of quality and their structural integrity that each of these have that are first and seconds in these classes, and I've been impressed to this point, and I'm certain it's going to get even better as we get going. But, you know, these calves, they've got some look, and they've got some substance, and they've got some future, and you know, for me, they don't have to be the biggest and the burliest and the most mature right now. I prefer quality, and I think that as we sort these ones, I like to see and watch, as Will was talking across the ring here earlier, you know, you like to watch and see how these heifers and how they progress and how they do in the future, and that's important. I like to pick heifers that, especially in these calf divisions, they're certainly going to be competitive because they got the function and the build and the look to do it next year as big heifers, and so that's important to me. And so as we go through the calves, that's going to be of the utmost importance in my mind, and sorting on that function and quality as well. And so I think there's two heifers out here that combine that balance of youthfulness and correctness, the structure and look, and they pair up really well. Be our two heifers out of our last class. They're going to win this division. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in the Shorthorn ring. Your late spring heifer calf champion goes to MAC number 60450. That's TBP PCC CB Ruby 310 ET, exhibited by Abilene Sullivan of Lawton, Oklahoma. Reserve champion, and congratulations in that division will go to Caitlin Berg of Osage, Iowa. Back over to the main ring, results out of Class 35. First place went to back number 40438. That's TF Black Velvet 109 KET, exhibited by Kaya Rhodes of Ada, Oklahoma. Second place will go to Lindley Surleys of Dilley, Texas. And third place, and congratulations, go to Emma Bella of McLeod, Oklahoma. Now in the ring is Class 36. Main-Anjou fall heifer calves born September to October of 2022.
Oh, you pull right over there, sweetie. We get out here in these September and October, and then the young lady that's going to start us off, in my opinion, I guess does so rather handily. That female is so opened up through the center part of her body. Definitely going to be a moderate, easy keeping type of a cow. One that's very sleek about her neck and her head and the shape of it still. One that we'd like to lay her back in her shoulder for sure, but that young lady does an awesome job of getting her stuck. I asked her if she was okay with getting a blue ribbon, and she shook her head yes. The young lady here in two definitely is a bigger type of a female, and that's perfectly fine with me. I'm fine with bigger cattle as long as we have the body and the muscle to match it, and I think that female could maybe use a shot of body to balance that added chest that she has up front. We'd maybe like to just sleek her down and just kind of trim that front end out of her, and if we did to that, I could honestly see that pair getting an extremely close. The two cattle here next, the young lady's calf here is a stout, powerful, just massive animal. For me, she needs more body. She kind of gives you a little bit more of that tubular type of a look, and then the female here that's going to round us out from the side is very nice in terms of her lines and her design. We just need more of that female today, but a very nice class there of those fallborns.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the main ring, results out of Class 36. First place will go to Teddy Craft of Anadarko, Oklahoma, with BKMT Cold Chills 2008 KET. Second place was exhibited by Sarah McNone of Valley Center, Kansas. Third place will go to Haley Dolch, and fourth place, and congratulations, will go to Lila Bullard. We'll bring you first and seconds in. Select a champion reserve, fall heifer calf in ring one.
Well, really an exciting way to start our April class here, and in terms of quality and presence and overall look, and just being super complete with a little bit of added show ring appeal, I think that this heifer stands out. I think this heifer's tremendous up through that front end. She's elegant, she's youthful, she's still got good rib shape and dimension in the way she transitions from that shoulder back into her forerib and then carries that back into that hip and hind leg. I like that one a great deal in terms of that and overall completeness and style. And then when we set her in motion and watch her go out the ring, she gets out and goes really fluid off of both ends. That's not taking anything away from the red heifer here in second. Certainly a stout, powerful kind of heifer. I think she's really good, and she matches up in terms of that look and appeal that she has as well. Maybe not laid in quite as neat through that shoulder and through the way she transitions back into her forerib as our class winner, but I think that one that's got a tremendous amount of quality as well. A stouter made dark dark roan heifer here coming next, and where she has an advantage in this next pair. She's a little bit more elevated and longer up through that front end. She's stout made, she's big hip. She's not as free moving off of either end as the two heifers that go out ahead of her, but I think one that's certainly powerful. Really a broody type heifer that comes here next. Tremendous in terms of depth of the body. She's just a little plainer and a little shorter up front as compared to the heifers ahead of her. Really an outstanding class from end to end there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
We get out here in this fall division, and to be dead honest with you, our two class winners couldn't be more opposite, and that's perfectly fine. When we have a lower number of cattle and you can't just necessarily land on your type and kind, I think it's extremely important just to identify with the highest quality one, and I'm happy with both of these class winners. The young lady's calf out of the first class, we talked about her being so good at the ground. That thing has an absolute elephant foot underneath her, can get out and travel very, very well. One that's so balanced and fresh and good in her condition. I realize that she might not be as massive bodied as the 1 and 2, and that's where that young lady's heifer has the distinct advantage. I mean, that is a moderate, massive rib caged animal that is certainly opened up, and one that has a tremendous amount of power. Like we talked about there in that class, we'd like to just shift her shoulder back ever so slightly and make her a shot more comfortable up front, but a very, very nice pair of them out here. You can go either way. For me, I would like to stick with the one up front for champion and come right back to the young lady for reserve.
Well, congratulations in the main ring. You're champion in our fall heifer calf division. We'll go to Kaya Rhodes, Ada, Oklahoma with TFRK Black Velvet 109 KET and reserve champion. We'll go to Teddy Kraft of Anadarko, Oklahoma with BKMT Gold Chills 2008 KET. We'll now welcome in Class 37. These are Main-Anjou summer yearling heifers born June of 22. Back over the Shorthorn ring, results out of Class 6. First place went to Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana, with LGF MFS Emerald's Dream 1183L. Second place exhibited by Reed Haynes. Third place went to Mallory Inskeep, and fourth place go to Laramie Piper.
Single entry June female, I hear that definitely could withstand some competition. I wish there was some other cattle out here to compare to, just so we could appreciate the unique pieces that this female has, so loose and so good in terms of her running gear, and how that thing can get out and travel is absolutely ideal. One that's still very fresh about her condition. We'll look forward to bringing her back out here and doing a little bit more comparing and contrasting as we get her out here for division. But congratulations to you, buddy, on a very nice female.
Another really nice, complete individual to lead off this class, and another one just in terms of that overall maternal look and smoothness that she possesses. Really elegant there, the way she's built through that shoulder and front end and transitions into that massive rib cage. When she gets set in motion, she still maintains that balance and look. Really complete, really smooth in her overall design. Heifer here coming next in second, I think most closely resembles our class winner. I think one that's stout made. She's smooth in her overall makeup. I like the way that this heifer is in her underline and the way she transitions from her chest back to her flank. I think that's where she has an advantage over the heifer in third, one that's certainly good in terms of that overall profile. the heifer here coming next in third. I like this heifer in terms of the power and the bone and the foot that she possesses. Really good in terms of her overall outline. Just like I said, maybe not quite as smooth in that design and the way that she transitions as the heifers ahead of her, but I think one that's stout featured and certainly has some breeding pieces as well. Really nice one to make a cow for that young man on down the line. Really a refined, elegant type heifer here coming next, and I like a lot of things about this one. I think her better days are certainly ahead of her. She's long fronted, she's got some rib shape, not quite as much density and overwhelming power as the heifers ahead of her here today, but good and functional overall build. That one's got a bright future ahead. Young lady's white heifer here, another one, super attractive, really good in her lines. She's got some foot and some bone. I just like to make this one a little bit more softer in just her overall makeup and design to get her any higher today.
Well, congratulations. Back over the main ring. Results out of Class 37. First place will go to SPLR Blackberry 56K, exhibited by Coy Moonen of Glencoe, Oklahoma. Now in the ring is your final class in our summer yearling division. Back over to the Shorthorn ring. Results out of our early spring heifer calf class, Division 7. Class 7, first place will go to Carter Wickard of Wilkinson, Indiana, with CF Crystal Lucy, 384 RKXET. Congratulations to our second place, going to John Barker of Shawnee, Oklahoma. Third place will go to Don Kegwin of Virginia, Illinois. And fourth place will go to Peakview Ranch Incorporated. Fifth place will go to Brianna Smith. Now in the ring, Class 8, early spring heifer calves.
Get out here, and I'll be the first to tell you, if you think this pair should go one way or another, it's probably either because you're involved with one of them, because I'll be perfectly honest with you, I wish I could combine the two females, and I say that in a good way, because they both have some very, very unique pieces. The young lady's female is one that is so fresh, so youthful about her look, and still will be that fresh and still having that type of mass and turn to her center cage, I think is very, very unique. I'll be the first to tell you, I wish there was a little more of her. I wish we stepped in behind the cattle and she was a shot wider and just punchier in terms of the amount of mass that she has, especially right out of the back side of her shoulder. I think where she has the advantage structurally is in terms of her shoulder design. I felt like she got out of her front end with a shot more just flex and use. The young man's female here in two is one that is extremely striking when they're stopped. I absolutely love this one when she gets put together on the standstill. For me, I would like to lay her shoulder back in her. Her knee's awesome. It's just more up in her shoulder blade. And then as we watch the cattle go right away from us, she kind of wants to get ever so slightly a little uncoordinated there off of her rear two. But I thought that was a very, very high quality pair of them. Your young man's calf here in three is a bold, stout, power cow. With all that being said, it kind of becomes a little bit more evident about her front end, a little bit more opened up and pushing a little bit more condition right up in front of that blade and on down and into her chest. The black and white female here, this one can really give you a good look, and I like what she represents. I would just like to make some minor tweaks. She's a little shorter and rounder about her hip, and that causes her to get a little bit more restricted there off of her rear two, but that one's uniqueness of her look, body, and mass is very, very good. The young man's female that's going to round us out, still a moderate, stout animal. There's no doubt about it. She gets a little tighter in her spine, a little lower in terms of how her neck comes out the top side of her shoulder, but definitely a very high-end class of maize there.
Well, here in our March heifer calves, I think once again another very deep lineup, and as I've talked throughout the day here in cattle that I prefer in terms of completeness and quality, and going to be good cows and good big show heifers, and I think that landing on this heifer here in this class, I think she's tremendous from the ground up in terms of her foot and her bone. She's good the way she transitions from that shoulder back into her forerib and got some depth of body and good squareness. Like I said, she's complete. She doesn't overwhelm you in any one way, but she's good in a lot of ways. And so with that being said, I think that's a good functional animal and a logical place to start for me. Heifer here coming next in second is tremendous in terms of bone as well. She's an outlier from a profile standpoint, or that outline. She's long up through that front end. She's good out of that hip and got a really appealing hind leg. She's not as good and is full through that lower 1/3, or the way she transitions back from her shoulder into her forerib, and that's where she goes in second today for me. The same thing can be said for the red-necked heifer here coming next in third. I think this heifer is tremendously good, and from a profile standpoint as well, she's super elegant up through that front end. Like I said, she doesn't transition as well, and when we set her in motion, it becomes a little more apparent as she's a little more straighter and upright in the slope to that shoulder. The heifer here coming next, another one that's tremendously good in terms of that depth of body, and from her hock down is good. She's another one though, when she gets set in motion, she wants to slope from hooks to pins and maybe not keep it all quite together as well when we get her on the move. Heifer here next, another one. She's broody up through that front end. She's got some length, and she's got some length from that hooks to pins. She's sound in her structural makeup. I just like to see a little more of her in terms of bone and body today. Young lady's white heifer here rounding out the class. Another one that's appealing in terms of design. I'd like to change the way that this one handles her hind leg. She wants to bow out on those hocks when she gets set in motion to get her any higher today.
Get it here in this summer division here on the high main side, and I think it's extremely interesting, to be dead honest with you. We talked a young man's calf that came out of that single entry for just being so unique, for being that stout, that wide, and that bold, and still being able to move the way she does. I'll be the first to tell you, I would be interested to see this one's like lower body and just, you know, out in the pen, just naturally unfit, just to be able to tell how much lower cage and an actual true rib shape is underneath her. I think if that's plenty acceptable, then she wins and does so for fun. Just being in terms of that one's looseness of build and how stout and powerful she is. That very, very high quality pair of mays that came out there out of the second class. The young lady's heifer we elected to go with, thought she was maybe a little bit more laid back in her shoulder. We talked to her there that we would like to see more of her, and I think that becomes, it's still a problem out here. We ask ourselves, is there enough animal there to tackle the one right in front of her, just in terms of natural spread, especially right out the backside of her shoulder. A very, very interesting division to talk and study. I'm sure each of you have your favorites. For me, the one that's the most unique is going to be the young man's female out of class 1. We'll follow him with the young lady there out of 2.
Well, congratulations over in the main ring. Results out of your summer yearling division. Champion will go to Coy Moonin with SPLR Blackberry 56K. Reserve champion, and congratulations will go to KBSC Cali ET, exhibited by Avery Belcher of Blakesburg, Iowa. Now in the ring will be class 39. These are Main-Anjou late spring yearling females born April of 22. Back over to the Shorthorn ring. Results out of class 8. First place exhibited by Cade Smith of Gravette, Arkansas with JCB Rosewood 315L. Second place in that class will go to Wiggsner Cattle Company with DVW Classic Mirage 316ET. Third place went to Alexis Lowe of Macy, Indiana. Fourth place, Cornerstone Farms, Winchester, Indiana. Fifth place, Abigail Green, State Center, Iowa. And sixth place will go to Emma Turnbaugh. Now in the ring is class 9 in your early spring heifer calf division.
A pair of April females out here, and the all-black female is one that I guess just kind of stands out within this particular pair, just in terms of her mass and her power. One that is, in my opinion, better designed out of her hip when you study her from her hooks back to her pins, and one that's still so massive and powerful as you study her from there forward, coming right out the backside of her shoulder into her rib cage. One that for me, like I said, I would, with all that added mass and power, I would like to tone her back in her chest, but that's an extremely good female there. Obviously, kudos to this female for doing her job already, and I think we have to appreciate her for that udder that's hanging off of her and raising a calf already. That's obviously what these cattle are meant to do. I think she's a very good looking female that's very nice in terms of her design. Maybe one that's a little rounder out of her hip, maybe one that we'd like to see a little bit more to her in terms of her natural body, but definitely a very nice pair there for that young lady to go home and continue to work with. Congratulations to both of those.
Well, congratulations. Back in the main ring. Results out of Class 39. First place will go to CGC, So Sweet Hazel, 3KET, exhibited by Clara Cross. And second place, and congratulations, will go to Rebecca Purvine. We're now going to bring in Class 40. These are Main-Anjou early spring yearlings, born March of 22.
Well, really interesting a set of March heifer calves here, and to be honest, I'm sure these ones, and everybody probably has different opinions throughout, and you can jockey them around and discuss it and make your case one way or another. I don't know that there's just one that jumps out as a clear-cut winner, but you know, as we made a couple laps around the ring, and I think the one with a tremendous amount of future, and she's the most elegant up through her front end. She's maybe the greenest in terms of her condition, but she's the most relaxed in her top line. She's the longest strided. She's the most elegant up through that front end. Now, is she the biggest bodied and deepest? No. But at the same time, I think she's got the rib shape and dimension here on to be good on down the future, and I think that one's tremendously correct and functional in her build. She's got some look, and she's got a bright future ahead of her. Here, the heifer coming next, I think in terms of smoothness and completeness, when she hit the ring, she kind of was where I gravitated to originally. I think she transitions really good from that shoulder back into her forerib. I think she's good in her lines. I maybe don't find her quite as striking or quite as long strided as the heifer that leads out the class, but I think a good booty heifer here to come second. The heifer here coming next, and this one fluctuated in my mind from first to fourth, just depending on her attitude. There's times she looks really good, and then there's times she can make herself look like she needs to go down the line. I think that one's booty. I think she's deep-sided. I think she's maternal in her overall build. She's really difficult to get a read on. Sometimes she looks really striking from the side, and sometimes she doesn't. Heifer here coming next, another one that's really booty and maternal in her design. I like her in terms of her depth, the body, and that performance and bolt sprung rib cage that she has. When we set her in motion, she gets a little too short-strided, a little narrower at the ground when she gets out and goes. Young man's heifer here coming next, another one that I believe has got a good future ahead as well. She's striking from a profile. I'd like to set her down when she gets set in motion and the way she handles her top. Another really good-looking heifer here that rounds out the class. She wants to get a little bit more forward and over in her knee, maybe not quite as deep through that rear rib and flank to get any higher today.
get over here into these big breads, and I'll be dead honest, I thought the young man's female won and did so rather handily, just in terms of a flexibility standpoint, especially out of her rear skeleton. That thing's hip and hind leg and how she uses it, that thing could travel for days. Still so fresh in her look, fresh in her condition, and still massive and opened up in her body. I'll be the first to tell you, I don't think that her front end build is absolutely perfect. She maybe wants to come at you a little pigeon-toed and maybe just a little pitch forward in that shoulder, but I say all that and to say that is an absolute high-quality specimen that is very fresh, very good, and very balanced. The young lady's calf in two is the big, stout, powerful one, and I appreciate her for that. To have that type of size and scale and still be that opened up, I think is very impressive. She still has the body to balance all that added frame and size. For me, I would just like to yank that one shoulder back on her skeleton, make her a little bit more comfortable up front, and maybe peel her back in that chest. But I think that's a big, stout power cow that certainly has some very intriguing pieces. The calf in three is the one that I struggle with because that female represents a lot of what we talked about today in terms of her smoothness, and still combining that with the functionality of what these cattle really need to do in terms of being easy keeping, still having a tremendous amount of natural spread. For me, that one just got a little carried away in terms of her condition. You can see it up front there in terms of her shoulder and her blade and how it's kind of pushing that blade on the outside of her body wall there. I'd like to just trim her back and make her a shot more slimmer. The young lady's calf here in four is one that it has some tricked out pieces. There's no doubt about it. One that is ultra cool about how her neck comes out the top side of her shoulder, very stout and powerful and opened up. With all that being said, we definitely need to change that one on both ends of her skeleton in terms of her structure. And then the young lady's calf here that's going to round us out, very nice in her build, just one that I'd like to see more of. She was the one that just got outmassed and outpowered and outsized, but I still think that we have to pay tribute to that one in terms of staying good in her build, still fresh in her condition.
Well, once again, as we get into our March-April heifer calf division here in our Shorthorn show, I think, again, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I kind of am. I think that these cattle are tremendously functional and have a tremendous amount of future ahead of them. The heifers that got some look and some soundness and structural integrity, and and that's when we're picking heifer calves out at home. That's a big thing that we place emphasis on, and picking heifers that are youthful and attractive and going to be the kind that can make good big ones. And I think that there's an outstanding representation out here. I think there's one in particular for me that stands out in that mind. That'll be the young man's heifer out of our first class. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Division champion goes to Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana, with LGF MFS Emerald's Dream 1183L.
Well, that was a really tough class, and then we get our second out here and kind of go to pick for our reserve. I think it comes down to the two heifers out of our first two classes here again, and in my mind, I think they're different in terms of type and kind. I think there's one that's a little deeper and a little softer and a little more refined, one that's a little bigger boned and a little longer, and I think maybe the future's in this one. She's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
our last class of the day here in the high mains, and the young man's done an extremely good job of keeping this female fresh and good about her condition, one that's ultra good looking up front in terms of her neck and her chest and her head, and still one that has enough body and power to compete. And I think that's what's so unique about her. A very nice single entry here for him. Congratulations, buddy.
Well, congratulations back over in the main ring. Results out of Class 40. First place was exhibited by Kelton Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second place went to Hadley Dunklau, Wayne, Nebraska. Third place in that class, Kennedy Kaufman, Hitchcock, Texas. Fourth place went to Austin Hunker. And fifth place in congratulations, Lana Danielson. We then brought in Class 41. First place was exhibited by Hollis Driscoll, Stillwater, Oklahoma. At this time, we'll bring in those first and seconds, select a champion reserve junior yearling heifer.
We get out here in this final division, and obviously we get into these big breds, and it takes so much to get these cattle back here at this age and this maturity and look the way that these females do. With all that being said, I thought there was a particular class that had a lot of our heat in it, and we'll keep those two together coming right out of our middle class here. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in our final division over here in the Open Main Show, your junior yearling champion, exhibited by Kelton Arthur with BBR Curdy 826K, and reserve champion, and congratulations go to Hadley Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. Well, we're going to get ring one cleared. We'll get started with your grand drive here for our Open Main-Anjou female show at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Well, another really good class of February heifers, and the dark red roan heifer that comes to the top fairly easily for me in terms of just that attractiveness that she has. She's the longest fronted. She ties the highest out of that shoulder into her neck. She handles herself and maintains that balance as she goes around the ring. Really long from hooks to pins and gets out and goes. I like that heifer a great deal. Heifer here, and there's some give and take between second and third, but the heifer here that goes in second, I think she's the longer strided heifer of the pair. She's a little deeper, she's a little fuller in her forerib than the heifer in third. I like that about her. Heifer that's really good there through that lower 1/3, and the way she maintains that depth of body through that rear rib and flank. Really maternal in her overall build. Like I said, when she gets out and goes, her length of stride is the advantage that she has over the heifer here in third. She just maintains herself just a little bit better in the way she reaches out of that shoulder. The heifer here in third, tremendously good in terms of that profile and that look and the way she is in her lines. Just when we set her in motion, she opens up a little bit more in that shoulder and maybe doesn't reach out with as quite as much reach and flexibility on that stride. Heifer here coming next. I think that's got a tremendous amount of future. Super long and elegant up through that front end as well. She's long and level hipped. She's maybe not as deep there through the center portion of her body, and I'd like to just leave her a little bit more in that forerib and the way she carries back into her flank when that comes. I think that's the type that makes a really good big bred someday.
Well, congratulations back over here in the Shorthorn ring. First place in Class 12 will go to Miller Smith of Pendleton, Indiana, with CFPC Mona Lisa 350 Syntex. Second place and congratulations will go to Lakin Parchard of Illinois City, Illinois. Third place and congratulations will go to Cadence Lion of Almond, Wisconsin. Fourth place and congratulations will go to Morgan Brooks of Venus, Texas. We're now going to welcome in over in the Shorthorn ring, Class 13 Junior Heifer Calves. Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, back over here in Ring 1, we have your grand drive of our Open Main-Anjou female show. Let's put our hands together for all the main exhibitors here in Oklahoma City this week.
As we get out here and get ready to select your Grand Reserve Main-Anjou female, obviously this will be the last time that I've grabbed the mic, that I'll grab the mic here this week, and it definitely been something that I've looked forward to ever since Blake gave me the call back in the summer. Hung up the phone with him, called my wife, and told her right away, because I'll be honest, when a guy, that didn't really come from much, just back home in North Carolina, when you get these type of opportunities, is something that I personally cherish and something that I take very seriously. It's something that, you won't forget and you look forward to as it comes to fruition. With that being said, thank you to the Maine Association for the opportunity, and Cattlemen's Congress for giving me the opportunity to come out here, spend time with your young people, and get to sort through an absolute phenomenal set of cattle. As always, when I grab the microphone in this setting, the very first thing I do is give thanks to my Lord and Savior up above. Obviously, without Him, I wouldn't be where I am today. And as I go on through life and try to get closer and closer to Him and build my faith, that's something that I personally think that gets thrown to the wayside, that we really need to bring back into the center of our circle, and realize that not a lot of this other stuff matters. As long as we're good in our faith and good with Him, then a lot of this other stuff can slide to the back, needless to say. With talking about the good Lord, He's blessed me tremendously, and my three biggest blessings are sitting at home. If y'all were here with us the other day, you know just how much I think of my wife. She is an absolute unit. And back home working a full-time job, calving cows and taking care of our two wild boys. And without her, I wouldn't be able to be here with you today. Obviously, with me taking on the dad role here in the past 3 years, it's definitely given me a new perspective on all this, and I hope that my boys have the passion and the drive that I do for this industry, because let's face it, there is absolutely no better way to raise our young people. I do want to say I apologize. I'm standing out here in jeans today. Got up, got my mojo going this morning, hopped out of the shower, got ready to slide on my navy blue slacks, and looked down and realized that I had packed my wife's, and I didn't really think y'all wanted to have that view today, but I guess on the positive side, I did make it easy for Foster to be the best dressed guy out here today. With all that, it's been an absolute pleasure, something that I absolutely cherish and put all my heart and soul in. There's a calf out here that I guess hit me as hard as an animal has in a while. I'll go show you your Grand Reserve. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Well, congratulations, grand champion female in our open Main-Anjou show. Congratulations to McClay Gensini with TJSC Miss Harmony 9LET. Congratulations, reserve grand champion will go to Mr. Kelton Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma, with BBR Cardi 826K. Well, again, once again, congratulations to all of our Main-Anjou exhibitors. Special thank you to our judge today, Mr. Will Core.
Well, back on our Shorthorn side, really a nice class, or a trio of February heifers here, and in one that comes to the top fairly easily in my mind in terms of mass and body and volume, a heifer that's tremendously dense in terms of her muscle and her thickness. When we get her stopped, and all of you sitting in the stands can certainly see, gives you a good profile and good and broody in her overall look, really maternal in her overall design, an easy place to start in this class. The heifer here coming next in second certainly follows her in terms of mass and body and volume as well. She's the most closely in terms of that width and that depth of body and that fullness that she has through her forerib, and that's why she goes second. Young lady's heifer here coming next in third, tremendously elegant up through that front end, and she's long and level down her tops. I just like to make her a little bit softer and deeper the way that she carries that rear rib and flank back to get her any higher today.
Well, congratulations over in the Shorthorn ring. Results out of Class 13 first place will go to Benjamin Allen of Saxonburg, Pennsylvania, with Faree Fitz Crystal Swan 2309 ET. Second place and congratulations go to Sweetgrass Ranches. Third place exhibited by Chloe Carlisle. We're now going to bring in Class 14. These are junior heifer calves. Well, if you're just joining us here in Jim Norick, don't go too far over here in Ring 1. We're going to get started with your junior and open Key Angus shows in just a couple minutes.